Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. At least 128 people have been killed in a devastating fire at multiple high-rise buildings in Hong Kong, the city's deadliest blaze in more than 70 years. President Trump says he will permanently pause migration to the US from all third world countries after two members of the National Guard were shot in Washington. And President Zelensky's chief of staff resigns after anti-corruption agencies in Ukraine raided his home earlier today. The death toll as a result of the massive fire that engulfed a residential estate in Hong Kong has now risen to at least 128 people, with around 200 people still unaccounted for. Full-scale rescue work is ongoing, but as time goes on, hopes of finding more survivors are diminishing. Patrick Falk reports.
After battling through the night on Thursday, firefighters finally extinguished the blaze early this morning. Smoke that had filled the skies above the Wong Fuk Court estate dispersed, while flames that had kept burning on the upper floors of these towers were put to rest.
Our aim now is to make sure the temperature decreases in the building, and once everything is deemed safe, police will collect evidence and conduct further investigations.
The cause of the inferno is yet to be determined. Authorities say investigations could take several weeks. But it's believed the fire could have started on the lower floors of the residential blocks. On Friday, Hong Kong's anti-graft unit arrested two directors of a consultancy in charge of renovations at the complex. It's unclear what corruption charges they may face, but already 3 other people have been arrested on suspicion of manslaughter for using unsafe materials. Reports widely blame styrofoam installed on windows and lifts and meshing that did not meet fire safety standards for quickening the spread of the blaze. Meanwhile, residents are still coming to terms with their loss.
Our home used to be so happy. Everyone in our community lived joyfully here. The people in our community all had good lives.
Many people who've lost their homes and belongings are struggling and face an uncertain future. Still, those that manage to escape may consider themselves fortunate compared to others. With many people still missing, the death toll is likely to rise further. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
For more on this, we can now go live to freelance reporter at Hong Kong Free Press, Selina Cheng. Selina, thank you so much for your time this evening and for joining me. Rescue efforts have been called off, but hundreds of people are still missing. What's the latest?
So there's hundreds of people who were reported missing. The authorities are trying to get in touch with them. The expectation is that a lot of them perhaps are not reachable because they're now without phones or haven't replaced their SIM cards. Because fire services and police have already swept the building from top to bottom, so the chances of finding more survivors is quite low. But then it's not in our expectation that the death toll rises dramatically after here. So the moving forward, authorities are doing their investigation, collecting evidence from the buildings. It's a process that could take several weeks before the residents could even go back to inspect their affairs and their apartments.
More people have been arrested over the deadly fire. That brings the total number to 8. What more do we know about these arrests?
Multiple agencies are conducting their investigations at the same time, including police and the anti-graft agency, the ICAC in Hong Kong. The 8 people arrested by the anti-graft agency are connected with the contractors or the subcontractors. There are no charges pressed right now, so we do not know the exact nature of their arrest. But the people arrested have been brought to their offices where authorities seized boxes of documents and records for their investigation. So more will come to light in the coming days, I believe.
Selina, Hong Kong's worst fire in many, many years happened despite numerous complaints from residents about their safety. Do we know any more about what caused this deadly blaze in Hong Kong?
So the initial eyewitness video showed quite clearly that the fire started at the lower floors at the exterior of one of the buildings in the areas close to the scaffolding. The exact cause is still very much under investigation. Initial speculation indicated that maybe the meshing around the scaffolding may have been substandard or were not fireproof. However, there were also information saying that the many of the windows at the buildings were sealed with styrofoam boards to prevent loose materials from breaking the glass during the construction, and that material is flammable. A third factor is that many of the alarm systems in the buildings were not activated during the fire. So it's appears to be a complex situation where many things may have failed at the same time. So these kind of large renovation projects in Hong Kong are highly contentious because of the sort of past records of price fixing and corruption involved in the building committees along with the contractors. So people are very angry and they're demanding answers. It's something that will take a long time to investigate to find out what were the systematic failures that happened, at every level leading to such a high casualty.
And also, what happens now? Are authorities stepping in to help those residents who have been left homeless? Are they giving funds? Because what you've just described to me is what sounds like the mood has almost turned to anger.
Yeah, in recent years, the political situation in Hong Kong has been quite tense since 2020. And so we are now 10 days out from the largest election in the city in 5 years, an election that may be quite unpopular. So authorities, they have promised cash handouts to all of the affected families, and also cash handouts to those who've lost family members. At the same time, a lot of these people are now housed in temporary shelters. The government has coordinated to have them move into other types of transitional housing because it looks like they will not be able to return to their permanent homes for a good period of time. As I said before, the kind of renovation projects and owners' housing committee have been a contentious issue that the government hasn't been able to thoroughly fix in the past decades. And this is also very much linked to the district politics. So naturally, people get very angry because they see that this is a long-standing problem, and many alerts have been raised, many complaints, many people tried to turn around situation, including in this very housing estate. The emotions are running high in the city, on social media, and in the public discussion, in the public discourse.
Selina Cheng, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Now, President Trump has said he will permanently pause migration to the US from all third world countries after 2 members of the National Guard were shot in Washington, allegedly by an Afghan national. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries, whilst 24-year-old Andrew Wolf is fighting for his life. In a post on Truth Social, the president said the decision would allow the US system to fully recover from immigration policies that have eroded the gains and living conditions of many Americans. For more on this, I'm joined from Texas by former Democratic Congressman Nick Lampson. Nick, it's a pleasure to have you on the show with me this evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. I just wanted to get your reaction to Trump's Truth Social post saying he's going to pause migration from third world countries immediately. What are your thoughts on those words?
Well, first reaction is that it's somewhat reactionary. You know, America has always presented itself as a good people. We are good. We are welcoming. We want and know that our economy is strong when we have people, the best people from around the world to come. If we have people come into the country with the intent of doing harm to us, then we're going to be as angry as I can possibly imagine or describe and try to stop or retaliate against that anger toward us. And I think that's the feeling that President Trump has right now. It's understandable. But at the same time, we're actually doing some things that are not about us. We have restrictions on how you put military into domestic situations in the United States of America, according to our Constitution. And we believe in them. And so I think that it's wrong for us to be reactionary to something that was a ghastly, a horrible action, which we do not want to happen in the United States of America.
And you say there that it's a very reactionary post from Donald Trump. But in your experience, how realistic is such a policy, you know, to stop the migration of people legally or logistically? It's going to be extremely difficult for the U.S. administration to do this.
I would think it's not only going to be extremely difficult, but extremely costly and costly to the economy. We rely on each other around the world. We have been a very open nation. We want visitors. We want immigrants. We want people to bring their knowledge and their experiences to the United States of America because it makes us better. I am the grandson of immigrants to the United States. These things are all important. So we're in such a politically charged environment right now in the United States that's what causes the problem. That's what why people will react differently to his actions, to his statement. But you can't put anything past him. What he says is going to happen, he will make an attempt to do, right or wrong. And unfortunately, too often it's turning out to be wrong, and certainly it's different than many of us in the United States want to see have happen.
So, Nick, it's really interesting because I was speaking to a Republican strategist yesterday and we were talking about this very story and the presence of the National Guard on the streets across certain cities in the United States. And he did say to me that many people do feel much safer, that crime has gone down in many of these cities. And it was a great thing that Donald Trump did do. Also, when we talk about migration or immigration into the US, it was Donald Trump who campaigned that he would stop a lot of that immigration into the US, and that's been a big part of his MAGA base. So in America, lots of people do agree with this policy and with what Donald Trump is saying.
I have to agree with what you just described, and I think that certainly is prevalent. It's there on people's minds. But keep in mind that when he was campaigning, he was telling us about mostly at our southern border and a lot with our Central and South America immigrants that are coming into the United States, and many of them coming in illegally. And his campaign was about getting the bad guys, those people who have actually committed crimes in the United States, out. Well, it's gone way past getting criminals out. And the attitude of the citizens that I speak with, at least, is different today. They think that he has gone overboard, and if you look now, his approval rating is down in the mid-30 range, and it's immigration that has caused it to drop significantly. Like I said at the beginning of our conversation, we're a good people, and we want the world to see us as good people. We want to do unto others as they would have us do unto them. So that's the golden rule that we have always lived by. And stopping an action of people moving into the United States for whatever reason they're coming here. My grandparents, all four of my grandparents, left corruption to seek a better life in the United States of America. And while they died poor, they were struggling, they were happy, and they were at peace. And their children and grandchildren have become significantly successful. That's what I believe people are wanting to have happen. And I think that we have created such a politically charged environment in the nation right now that people are not acting in the way that, in that particular way. They see things different. It's harder for people to make the successes of themselves that they want. And therefore they're reacting, and they react to the statements that a candidate such as Donald Trump was when he was candidate running for president, that says, I'll get rid of the immigrants, I'll get rid of these criminals, I'll get rid of these bad guys that are taking our jobs and that are killing our people and doing these things. And there is a reaction to it. I think that there have been so many negative occurrences. There has been so much citizen unrest because of the presence of military on our streets. That's not America. And I think that's what's causing his popularity rating to go down. And I think that in the end, some of what he says will happen, but some of it will not. And I think that we'll eventually temper it. We don't have an active Congress right now. Our Congress is not holding the executive branch of this nation accountable. And until it does, we're going to have all of this back and forth. When we find a way for our Congress to begin again to work for the people of this nation and not for the political parties of this nation, then I think you're going to see some change come. I just hope and pray that it's sooner than later.
And Nick, you know, when the shooting happened, that devastating moment on the streets, and 2 National Guard officers were shot, one fatally, of course. Very sad news. Donald Trump was quite political straight away in the message that he delivered to the American public just hours after from Mar-a-Lago, where he is on Thanksgiving. And he laid some of that blame squarely at Joe Biden's feet. What's your response to Republicans who say the shooting proves Biden-era migration failures?
You know, my first reaction is to say shame on all of them. But I know what's happening here. This seems to be it's a political reaction. We are very politically polarized. We have divided our nation to the point where you're either with me or you're against me. Everything is either black or white. It's not gray. We no longer have the ability to compromise with civility through our discussion, through our debates. And until we find the way back to the middle of the political spectrum, we're going to continue to have these kinds of difficulties. Extremism does not work. And I'll say that as emphatically as I possibly can. Extremism does not work. And I don't care if it comes from the President of the United States or some little guy on the street that has nothing in the world to do with politics. Extremism does not work. We have always succeeded, grown, and created peace among ourselves when we are able to discuss our issues, talk about all of our ideas openly, with respect, and find compromise and do the best we can with what we have available to us at the time. That's what I want to see us go back to in the United States of America. Right now, we are too terribly divided to be able to be successful in doing those kinds of things. That's what made us a great nation. That's what made us a good people. And I guarantee you we can make it happen again. And that's my life. That's what I want to see for my children and my grandchildren.
Nick Lamson, it was a pleasure to have you on, and your thoughts and how passionately you spoke on the subject. Thank you so much. President Zelensky's chief of staff has resigned after anti-corruption investigators raided his home earlier today. Andrei Yermak, who was also Kyiv's main negotiator in the war against Russia, has been plagued by corruption scandals alongside other high-ranking ministers. Zelensky announced the news in a video shared on Telegram. The Ukrainian leader has also announced a reshuffle of his presidential office. For more on this, I'm joined from Kyiv by correspondent Magami Lim. Magami, thank you so much for your time. It's been a really busy day today with news coming out of Ukraine. But Zelensky's chief of staff has resigned over the anti-corruption investigation. He hasn't claimed any guilt. This is, of course, a huge headache for President Zelensky. Was his resignation inevitable?
Going to be a huge headache for President Zelensky and his administration. Just to give you some background information on who Andrei Yermak is, he is considered the second most powerful person in Ukraine. This is what people called him. He was the chief of staff of the Zelensky administration. And as you also mentioned earlier, he was the top negotiator for the ongoing peace talks that is currently led by the United States. He had just come back from Washington with another top official, Rustem Umerov, is also incidentally accused of being involved in this corruption. So it goes without saying that this is going to be a huge headache. It is shocking news coming out of Kyiv, but it's not too surprising. There's been pressure mounting in terms of people calling for Yermak's resignation, or either that or for Zelensky to fire him. People have been suspicious of Yermak, especially the public and also opposition party members. Earlier this month, when Ukraine's anti-corruption body, NABU, released the report and also recordings, they said that they had secretly recorded about 1,000 hours worth of conversations that basically uncovered this corruption scheme where top officials are now accused and charged of stealing money from Ukraine's energy sector. Not everyone in the recording was named, and investigators had named or nicknamed one man Ali Baba, and people had suspected that this Alibaba was in reference to Yermak, and people were already suspicious that he was indeed involved in this corruption scheme. And so, again, pressure was already mounting for further investigations to be carried out. This is why there was a raid into his home this morning. We didn't expect for his resignation to come so soon. We don't really have further information on what investigators may have uncovered, but it looks like they did uncover something which led to Yermak's resignation today.
So, you know, as you were just saying, you're putting Yermak into context there. He was President Zelensky's right-hand man. He was there by his side. How much of a blow will this be for Zelensky? And how difficult is it now to navigate the political scene, because he's going to do a reshuffle?
Yeah, this is going to be a huge challenge. You know, Yermak, again, has been incredibly influential in decision-making and policy-making in many things that is happening in the country, but also in terms of foreign diplomacy. He's just been such an influential figure that President Zelensky has been relying on over the years. And not only that, the two men have a special friendship relationship. You know, Yermak has known Zelensky before he entered politics. Yermak has worked with Zelensky even during the days when Zelensky was still a comedian before he entered politics. And when he did enter politics, Yermak was still by his side. And of course, when the full-scale invasion began in 2022, Yermak was still by Zelensky's side. And, you know, people describe their relationship relationship as inseparable. And so for Zelensky and his administration to have relied on this man that has now resigned, I cannot, I can't expect, or I really think that Zelensky is going to find this incredibly challenging, especially when the country is not only facing, Russian forces advancing on the front lines, but with the United States really trying to bring an end to the war. And as we have seen in the peace plan that was originally drafted by the United States and Russia, we have seen these items that are on this peace plan. It really favors Moscow, and Ukraine is viewing this peace plan as a complete capitulation to Russia, to have to surrender to Russia. And so for the top negotiator that has been involved in trying to fix this peace plan, to try to get some of Ukraine's demands into this peace plan, I think it's going to be incredibly disruptive moving forward.
And we must just put this into context. This is a $100 million corruption scandal surrounding the energy sector in Ukraine, as you did say. How is the perception of this going to play out in Moscow? Because they must be pretty pleased at the moment, because like you did say, that original peace plan did definitely favor the Kremlin.
Indeed, Russia is going to be, for lack of a better word, gloating over the news coming out today. Russia has often used the corruption and the challenges that Ukraine is facing in terms of tackling corruption as a way to undermine Ukraine's reputation on the world stage. And also not just, this news doesn't just favor Moscow. This is also really undermining for Ukraine internally, domestically, because, as I mentioned, this money was stolen from Ukraine's energy sector, $100 million worth of money that top officials enriched themselves with. And this comes at a time when Ukraine nationwide is suffering large-scale blackouts, scheduled blackouts as a result of Russia attacking Ukraine's energy infrastructure. This has been done before, and Russia has begun carrying out attacks again against Ukraine's energy grid. And so there's been a lot of blackouts across Ukraine. People are without power. And news have emerged that this money, $100 million worth of money, were indeed used for top officials to enrich themselves, because one of the luxury homes, according to a source cited by a Kiev Independent report, one of the luxury homes situated near Kiev that was bought with this money was meant to go to Yermak, apparently. And so, of course, this is not going to be a payout very well here publicly. People are already suffering, and they are calling for everyone involved to be held accountable.
And finally, there are reports coming out today that Trump is planning to hand Putin Ukraine's occupied territories as part of peace negotiations. Now, how will Ukraine react to these points? But also, how will Europe react to these? Because they've really been partners throughout this war.
That's right. A lot of news coming out today. Again, as you said, President Trump reportedly has sent a special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and also Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to Moscow to make a formal offer to basically President Putin, to Russia, that the United States will recognize Crimea as part of Russia. Now, this is a Ukrainian peninsula that has been occupied by Russia since 2014, and Ukraine has been trying to get this territory back since 2014. And of course, during this full-scale war, which began in 2022, in the summer counteroffensive of 2023, they were hopeful that Crimea might be taken back under Ukrainian control. But now, with the United States again making this move that undermines Ukrainian sovereignty and also, of course, favors Moscow, it's not going to play out well with people here. People still believe, of course, that Crimea is part of Ukraine. And of course, Ukraine's European allies have also stressed that Crimea is part of Ukraine. So again, this is not going to play out well, but it is also unclear whether Putin will agree to this, because he's asking for 4 regions of Ukraine to be part of Russia, not just Crimea.
Magami Lim, it's been really good to have you on the show. Thank you for your analysis and thoughts and talking to me. A new report from the United Nations has named Jakarta in Indonesia as the world's most populated megacity. It's taken the title from Tokyo and is predicted to keep the top spot until 2050. The report also highlights that megacities, which are places with a population of 10 million or more, have quadrupled over the last 50 years. For more on this, I'm joined from Jeddah by travel journalist Simon Calder. Simon, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your time. First off, are you surprised by this new report that's come out, and why has Jakarta taken over Tokyo as the world's largest megacity, and why has Tokyo lost its top spot it's had for so long?
OK, well, there's a couple of things going on here. The first one is that if you look at the big Asian cities, places like Jakarta and also Dhaka in Bangladesh, they are capitals of vast countries where millions of people are flocking to the cities. It's simply something which tends to happen in the developing world. But there's something else which is also going on, which is that the way that the United Nations actually counts a single megalopolis, as it's called, a vast city, is now they've kind of finessed the way that that is done, and now they are looking at contiguous square kilometres with at least 1,500 people living there. And actually, according to that rule, it's been about 10 years since Jakarta actually took over from Tokyo, which, despite the general pattern in Japan of zero population growth, Tokyo has been growing, but only slowly. And once they reallocated the numbers, looking at this new way of counting, certainly Jakarta absolutely at the top. But with Dhaka in Bangladesh, clearly going to take over, they believe, by 2050. And then after that, you've got in fourth place, you've got Cairo, and then Delhi and Shanghai, which are more or less neck and neck. The vast majority of these places are in Asia.
And you are a travel journalist yourself. What is the draw for visiting Jakarta as a tourist? What tips?
Well, the first thing is be prepared for an awful lot of noise and traffic and chaos. Even in the days when Jakarta was simply a bustling Dutch colonial city, it was busy enough. But now, yeah, you're going to have to, as with so many big Asian cities, just be used to the idea of being stuck in traffic for a long time. But actually, if you get into the colonial core, which was actually a walled city designed to keep non-Europeans out, the whole idea seems ridiculous now. That's all very fascinating. And there is still a strong Dutch colonial history. There's some good museums. And for a more modern take, of course, you have some dazzling skyscrapers, steel and glass, and some top quality lounges on the tops of some of those skyscrapers, which is clearly a really good place to be as the sun sets and you feel above the noise of the city streets.
Simon, in Europe, London, Istanbul and Moscow remain the continent's only megacities. Are we likely to see their popularity increase in the coming years at all?
Good question. Istanbul absolutely is marching ahead. Turkey's biggest city, continuing to grow, as anybody who's been lucky enough to be there recently will know, that the size of the city seems to increase every time you go there, just the sheer area that it covers. If you're flying in, it seems to start quite close to the Greek border these days, I find. London is a different case. London is attracting more people. It's clearly a great world city. It's not growing at the same rate, however. however. But Moscow, well, since, and you were in that really interesting item just now about Ukraine, clearly Moscow is the capital of a nation that has declared war on a neighbor, and that means that it is certainly not attracting people from across the world in the way that it had done for a decade or two. But still, anybody in Russia, the world's biggest country, will still aspire to go to Moscow because it is the great city, although I'd say St. Petersburg is actually rather more beautiful.
Thank you for that tip. But you are currently in Jeddah, and all our audience can see at a site of the Jeddah Tower. Simon, can you tell us more about it, and could it actually overtake the Burj Khalifa as the world's tallest skyscraper?
Well, things are looking good. Yes, let me give you a brief history of the Jeddah Tower, or the Kingdom Tower, or the Burj Jeddah, as it's variously known. It is designed to be the first building that is 1 kilometre, that's well over 3,300 feet above the ground. And that will be about 15% bigger than the Burj Khalifa. However, it has until this year been paused, and really interesting, although it's probably 20 miles, 32 kilometres from the heart of Jeddah, past the airport, in fact, it is still visible on the horizon. And of course, when you are flying into Jeddah's International Airport, it is very visible, because they are now up to the, and this is the news as from yesterday, the 78th floor. That makes it above 300 metres. It's officially a super tall building. And just to put that in context, it's now probably dwarfing the Eiffel Tower. So it's a huge tower as it stands, but it's going to be far more vast. It's going to grow basically by double what it is now. It's going to be an amazing landmark, and yes, steal the crown from Dubai. But Dubai, of course, has a much more developed tourist industry than Jeddah at the moment. However, let's see in a few years' time where the two cities stand.
Simon Calder, that is one pretty incredible building. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Video from Jenin shows Israeli border police shooting dead 2 Palestinian men who appeared to surrender. The Palestinian Authority is calling the incident a war crime. Israel says the men were wanted and linked to a terror network, and that the incident is under review. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has defended the officers, saying terrorists must die. At least 174 people have died in Indonesia's Sumatra after severe floods, with many more missing. Search and rescue teams are still trying to reach some of the residents, and authorities are working to clear blocked roads and also restore power. Floods have also hit millions in Thailand and Malaysia. Authorities are airlifting aid to the worst-hit areas. A British passenger has gone missing after falling overboard from a cruise ship off the coast of Tenerife. The 76-year-old man was reported missing on Thursday morning, prompting a search involving helicopters and patrol boats. A reminder of our top stories. At least 128 people have been killed in a devastating fire at multiple high-rise buildings in Hong Kong, the city's deadliest blaze in more than 70 years. President Trump says he will permanently pause migration to the US from all third world countries after 2 members of the National Guard were shot in Washington. And President Zelensky's chief of staff resigns after anti-corruption agencies in Ukraine raided his home earlier today. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. American media continued its extensive coverage of the Washington, D.C. shooting, especially after one of the wounded National Guard members died from her injuries, shifting the story from a targeted attack to a national tragedy and prompting renewed debate over security and vetting. Meanwhile, international outlets kept a close watch on the Hong Kong fire, reporting on the steadily rising death toll and highlighting growing concerns about safety failures and emergency response in the city. We'll start with American media as the Washington, D.C. shooting commanded the headlines in the U.S., overshadowing Thanksgiving with reports of one guardsman killed and another critically injured. Media outlets focused on the suspect's Afghan evacuee background, reigniting debate over vetting and refugee programs. Political coverage highlighted how President Trump is using the tragedy to push tougher immigration policies. And coverage also noted community fears and how the violence cast a somber shadow over the holiday. Now, some press called the Trump administration's announcement of new vetting rules for immigrants from 19 high-risk countries as indeed proof of systematic failure, while others framed it as exploitation of a tragedy to target immigrants and Afghans. They also criticized the administration's launch of a review of all Biden-era asylum approvals. The New York Times traces the suspect Rahmanullah Lakanwal's long, troubled journey from war-torn Afghanistan to Washington. The piece draws on interviews, official accounts, and also local ties, showing how his life was shaped by America's two-decade conflict. The report highlights Lakanwal's journey from his childhood under U.S. occupation to service in a CIA-backed Afghan Zero unit, which apparently affected him deeply. This unit is a force both praised for counter-terrorism work and also condemned by human rights groups as brutally abusive. Also, a childhood friend describes him as deeply shaken by the violence he witnessed and also inflicted, suggesting long-standing psychological strain. The piece recounts that after fleeing the Taliban in 2021 and resettling in Washington state, he appeared to build a quiet life, though friends described lingering psychological strain. It raises difficult questions about trauma, resettlement, and the long shadow of war. The Wall Street Journal presents a chilling witness photograph of the shooting, showing the suspected gunman with a revolver and a National Guard member returning fire. Of course, freezing one of America's darkest moments in raw, vivid detail. It also describes the chaotic scenes that followed, with police rushing in, streets blocked off, and also helicopters circling above, and also much of the city shut down. The piece emphasizes how close to the seat of power violence struck and how deeply the event shook public safety norms in Washington, D.C. On Thanksgiving, Foreign Policy takes a lighter, hopeful look at a difficult year by listing 10 things to be thankful for in 2025. Instead of focusing only on wars, political fights, and also global stress, the piece highlights moments of progress, such as a quieter period in Gaza, as the piece suggests, steady financial markets, and the fact that the world has avoided another major pandemic. The piece also praises everyday people who stood up for democratic values, along with artists and thinkers who continue to inspire during tense times. Written with a bit of humor, the message is clear of this piece. Even when the world feels chaotic, there are still signs of resilience and reasons to appreciate what is going right. The Washington Post was not as hopeful when it comes to how many Americans are feeling good about the economy. The report it posted offers a clear look at how Americans feel about the economy by breaking the data into 4 charts that reveal sharp differences across groups. The first chart, as you can see, shows overall consumer sentiment dropping close to historic lows, driven by high prices, slow wage growth, and also worries about jobs and the stock market. While the second chart compares optimism by income, with higher income households holding steadier views and also middle income families experiencing the steepest decline. As for the third chart, it shows or highlights how stock ownership shapes also confidence. People with investments remain more upbeat than those without, of course. And the final chart examines age, showing adults under the age of 35 are now the most optimistic, with older Americans feel more strain. International media continue to focus on the Hong Kong fire as it claims the lives of 128 people, according to local sources. The Standard highlights a troubling backdrop, a full year of unresolved safety complaints about electrical faults, alarms and maintenance failures as well. The piece underscores how systematic neglect and aging again يا جماعة الخير sorry خلص بطلت أركز. International media continue to focus on the Hong Kong fire as it claims the lives of 128 people, according to local sources. The Standard highlights a troubling backdrop, a full year of unresolved safety complaints about electrical faults, alarms and maintenance failures. The piece also highlights how systematic neglect, from aging infrastructure to insufficient oversight, turned a preventable hazard into a mass casualty disaster. The report also captures the city's emotional aftermath, with rescue workers, community groups and local officials grappling with grief, anger and urgent demands for accountability. In the UK, the press were still reeling after the announcement of the recent budget decisions. James Frayne wrote in The Telegraph arguing that this has given the Conservatives an opening to reclaim lost ground. The author claims that Labour's policies are now out of step with the public, particularly on welfare, and frames the misalignment as a chance for Tories to reposition themselves. Critics within the Conservative camp suggest that growing discontent with high taxation and expansive social spending could swing popular support back towards them. The piece essentially casts Reeves' budget as a gift to the opposition, as by overreaching, it reopened a political route for the Conservatives out of the wilderness. And we'll end with The Independent, which argues in its editorial that the 2025 budget reflects the wrong priorities for the country, driven by political survival rather than national interest. The article contends that while the government managed to add fiscal headroom by raising taxes rather than cutting spending, the rest of the plan disappoints. The piece critiques the sweeping tax spend approach, noting that working and middle-income households will be squeezed as thresholds remain frozen and many are dragged into higher tax bands. The editorial contends that the welfare changes were made to please Labour MPs, not because they were well thought out. In the end, the editors argue the plan damages trust in the government and does little to boost the economy or even help young people, leading them to give it a clear thumbs down. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, only on Al Arabiya English.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, during his visit to Washington, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman agrees to increase Saudi investment in the United States from $600 billion to $1 trillion. Well, during that visit, $270 billion worth of agreements and sales are signed at the US-Saudi Investment Forum, and the US approves the sale of advanced AI chips to Saudi Arabia. We're going to be speaking to the regional president of the Chinese computer giant Lenovo about their strategic partnership with the PIF company Halt and their new regional headquarters in Riyadh. And as Saudi Arabia's aviation sector continues its rapid expansion, we look at the importance of cargo. We'll be speaking to the flag carrier Saudia about its ambitions and its growing fleet. Diving straight into our top story, last week's official visit to the United States by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the invitation of President Donald Trump, who gave the visiting delegation a full red carpet welcome. Well, the visit, seen as significantly strengthening the 80-year-long partnership, saw US commitments on a variety of issues: the naming of Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, and a major defense deal, which included the sale of the US' most advanced aircraft, the F-35 stealth fighter jet. Well, there was also an agreement which paves the way for a potential civil nuclear power program in the kingdom. And the United States gave the green light for the first deliveries of advanced AI chips to the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince agreed to increase Saudi Arabia's planned investments in the United States from a previous pledge of $600 billion to $1 trillion. Let's take a listen to what he said.
And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher, yes, or I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue.
I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas, in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
The Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman speaking there, and before him the US President Donald Trump. Well, at last Wednesday's US-Saudi Investment Forum in Washington, which was attended by top executives from both countries, Saudi and American firms signed some $270 billion worth of deals. Well, the oil giant, Saudi Aramco, alone signed 17 MOUs and deals with major US firms with a potential value of more than $30 billion.
But many of you in the room are playing a key role in making these projects happen, and we're told that $270 billion in agreements and sales are being signed between dozens of companies, and that's just happening today, $270 billion. That's big stuff.
President Trump speaking there. Well, during our daily GNT show here on Al Arabiya English, I spoke to the former US ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Michael Ratney, who was following this visit to Washington by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He told me that there had been unimaginable social and economic change in Saudi Arabia during the course of the past decade. Here's an excerpt of our conversation.
You know, the changes are sort of in two categories. Economic, there's a huge economic diversification effort going on, and also societal. And I think for somebody that visited Saudi Arabia 5, 10, 15 years ago, and then again in this recent period, that's the most dramatic change that you see. It's the most palpable thing. Saudi was famous for women being marginalized in society, for example. And now you go and Saudi women are everywhere. They're in the workforce in large numbers. They can drive. They can basically control their lives in ways that they never could before. So I think that's the most obvious thing when you step off a plane and visit the country. But there's a lot of other things as well. Saudi was never a country where you had an arts and culture scene, for example. And now there's movie cinemas and concerts and art exhibitions in a way that were once not only unheard of, but actually illegal in the country.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really striking when you look at the demographics of Saudi Arabia that 70% of the population is under the age of 35. And here we're talking about the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's just turned 40. I mean, do you attribute much of the change in Saudi Arabia to him personally and the fact that he is a leader really quite close in age to his population?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he marks the generational shift in the leadership, although he's obviously not king yet. I think he eventually will be. All of the other kings of Saudi Arabia have been sons of the founder of Saudi Arabia, and this will be the first grandson of the founder, the first generational shift. And I think part of that, he understands the demographic that he represents. Saudi's a fairly young country, and they have the ambitions of young people. They want to be normal. They want recreation. They want jobs. They want all of those things. And I think he understands that in a really kind of palpable sense.
And that was Michael Ratney, former US ambassador to Saudi Arabia, speaking to us there. Well, as we've been saying, the US Commerce Department has authorized the export of advanced artificial intelligence chips to the Saudi AI company Humane, which plans to purchase 600,000 NVIDIA AI chips. Well, as the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman explained, demand for computer power in Saudi Arabia is huge.
We are not creating fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia have a huge demand a huge need of computing power, and we're going to spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for our needs in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're going to have with North America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in the short term by $50 billion from the South America, and long term with hundreds of $billions in the long term. So there is a lot of real opportunities that fit to our need in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Well, staying with computing power, the Chinese company Lenovo has a strategic partnership with the PIF company Alat, and together they're establishing a manufacturing and innovation hub in Riyadh. Well, that manufacturing facility will produce Saudi-made electronics, including laptops and servers. Production is set to begin in 2026. Well, Lenovo Group is also setting up a regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. And I spoke to Matt Dobrojic, who is the president of Lenovo Europe, Middle East and Africa. And he told us more about his company's plans in the kingdom.
We have a lot of exciting initiatives in the kingdom. Our partnership with Alat was announced in May 2024. As you mentioned, it's a subsidiary of PIF. It involves a $2 billion investment where The collaboration makes a significant milestone in Lenovo's journey towards transformation and future global expansion. Look, as part of the partnership, we're going to establish a new regional headquarters in Riyadh, but the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility is really the anchor of our strategy in the kingdom, which is going to commence production at the end of this year, but we're going to have full volume, full-scale production at the end of next year. So this facility is going to have tremendous capacity, and it's going to be one of the most advanced manufacturing facilities in the world. It's going to be our first factory to be able to produce not just PCs, but also data center server infrastructure, as well as mobile phones. So the agility that this factory will be able to create, in addition, also reinforcing the kingdom's commitment and vision for 2030. And how we can help support that vision. I think it's an incredible partnership between our two companies, and a lot's at the center of it, helping us, make sure that we're taking advantage of all the incentives and all the localization efforts that the kingdom is focused on.
Now, Saudi Arabia's aviation sector has seen rapid expansion in recent years and has a central part to play in Vision 2030. Well, the kingdom's growing number of airlines have a key part to play in meeting the goal of 100 million visitors by the year 2030. Well, as well as the new entrants to the market, like Riyadh Air, which we've talked about quite a bit on this show, the flag carrier, Saudiya, has also a growing global presence, currently transporting close to 3 million passengers every single month. That is in addition to air freight. Well, last year, Saudiya transported some 578,000 tons of cargo, and Saudiya aims to rank among the world's top 10 air cargo carriers by the year 2030. Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Hashim Al-Sharif, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudiya Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Good to be here with you.
Thanks. Now, they say that cargo numbers offer you some insights as to what the situation is looking like later on down the line on the passenger side. So how is the situation for cargo right now? What are your numbers looking like?
We're seeing an increase in the demand in the last few years since the pandemic, and that there's a correlation between the increase in demand because of the large number of aircrafts and recovery after the pandemics. The movement of goods has been steadily increasing in the last few years, and we've seen a growing demand across the globe, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also beyond, and that's helped us to connect the world together.
Okay, so tell us which are the sectors that are really fueling the growth in demand.
Nowadays, it's about e-commerce. E-commerce has changed the shape of air cargo. We used to wait for months to get the shipments. Now it's a matter of days or even hours in some cases, until you get the shipment from country to a country until the doorsteps of the clients.
Okay, so e-commerce is really giving operators like Saudiya a massive boost when it comes to cargo volumes.
I will give you an example. Between now and 2023 and now and 2025, we have seen almost 39% growth between in 2 years only. And that's mainly driven by the young population of Saudi Arabia. And we have seen the demand of e-commerce is growing into the kingdom and even beyond the kingdom.
Right, so that's a massive boost to Saudiya Cargo.
Certainly.
You've got a young population in Saudi Arabia, which you mentioned as well, hence the correlation and the interest I expect with e-commerce.
Yeah.
What are your other strategic advantages, would you say? What part does geography play?
Location, location, location. We play in a strong part when it comes to connecting the world. We're sitting almost 6 hours from everywhere. We're connecting the east to the west through Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the parts we play to enable the kingdom to be a logistic hub. We transport goods from the east, from the far east, to the likes of Indian subcontinent, into Europe, US, and beyond.
Okay, so let's talk about your fleet and your capacity. What have you got at the moment, and where are you planning to take that in the years ahead?
If we want to link it back to the increasing demand, we are sitting at 8 freighters today, and we have actually 2 more coming up in the next few months. So we're going to have 10 by Q1, and we're increasing demands, and there is an announcement coming soon of our plans to expand our fleet. That's when it comes to the air freighters. But we have access to over 170 belly aircraft from Saudi and through different partners such as Sky Teams, which plays almost 20% of the world capacity when it comes to air cargo, with over 850 destinations.
Okay, so you got the freighters, you got the passenger planes, and this alliance that you mentioned in the form of Sky Team. Tell us about some other partnerships you've got there at Saudi Cargo.
We have just announced a few months back our partnership with China Cargo. They're flying to the kingdom, and we were partnering with them to ship beyond KSA. It's a huge movement to our strategic partnership going on from the east to the west and linking them together. And we are working on more signings and partnership in the future coming up. As soon as we sign them, we will announce them shortly.
Okay, and you're right in the middle, aren't you, of that traffic between east and west, 100%. Very strategically positioned. Now, I know that specialty cargo tends to carry pretty healthy yields, high yields, I think it's fair to say. Yes. Some pretty unique requirements, especially when it comes to transporting pharmaceutical products and so on. What sort of an evolution, what trends are you seeing in that area?
Pharma has been always a constant, but it's required high specialty, as you have mentioned. We are certified to move pharma, lithium, dangerous goods from IATA, and that gives us an advantage when it comes to specialized and customized solutions. Pharma is becoming, it's a bit of a trend, not only now, but it's always been trend because of the sensitive time it has to be transported in. And usually it was transported from certain markets. Now we've seen an expansion when it comes to pharmaceutical from different parts of the globe, be it from raw material, be it from distribution perspective. And we are part of that, basically enabling those routes to be active throughout the world.
Okay. We talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this channel. Where do you see Saudi Cargo fitting into that and supporting that vision?
Well, we're one of the biggest enablers. We're responsible for half of the volume coming to the kingdom. And we played a major role in last year's numbers. We, as Saudi Arabia, as a kingdom, surpassed a million tonnage, 1.2, if I can be more precise, throughout the kingdom. We have helped transform almost nearly 0.6 million of that volume throughout the kingdom, and we're expanding with the expansion of the fleet in the near future. We will help to reach that target a bit and in line with the goals of the kingdom, and also to enable the GDP of the country by moving and basically the whole supply chain when it comes to goods. From real estate, from all of these elements, because of the transshipment of goods is all over the place.
Okay, so you're playing a really big part in that vision. We talk a lot about AI on this show, and I was thinking to myself as you arrived, what role does artificial intelligence play when it comes to your kind of operation? Are you finding a niche for it, a purpose for it when it comes to cargo ops?
Definitely. It's part of our basically strategy is to integrate AI in everything that we do. But we're doing it with basically in phases out. We're trying to utilize AI into basically calculating the profitability of a route, understanding the markets, reading the trends, where is basically the supply is going to take, how long is going to take the supply, and matching the demand from different countries, which areas that we need to focus on when it comes to developing countries versus already established market. All of these elements with AI, it gives you an advantage because it gives you time, speed, and accuracy, and access to different multiple databases.
And pricing models as well?
100%. And pricing is dynamic in our industry. So you have to be always on the run when it comes to pricing.
What's your overall outlook for air cargo when it comes to the region and more broadly for the rest of the world?
Air cargo is, we had the discussion in one of the forums. Air cargo have increased the demand significantly in the past. And people expected this is the spike. It only happened because of the pandemic. But if you look at it now, it's the consumer behavior has changed. Not only the business. People tend to shop more online than it used to be in the past. There are more apps, there are more platforms, there are more companies emerging every single day to enable e-commerce across the world. So the demand will always going to be in the rise when it comes to air cargo. There are subshipments that are becoming very sensitive to time. and the speed is a very crucial part of what they do. And this is the advantage of air cargo plays in when connecting the world together.
Yeah, when we order something online, we want to get it tomorrow at the latest.
100%.
In terms of competitiveness and keeping that growth momentum, what are your plans? How are you positioning yourself to make sure that your growth and your competitiveness are sustainable? We are in the region where everything is growing. It's not only Saudi Arabia, but if you look at the top airlines and the top air cargos around the world, it's basically within its neighboring countries. And it's all have the logistics advantage of the location as well, but also they have ambitious goal as us. For us, we are trying to ensure that we are developing and connecting the world together by improving the services that we do, and we offering unique products. One of the things that we are focusing on is to enable Saudi export to be available at the world shelves. That's the advantage that we have, that we're basically betting on, that we can have in the market internally and domestically that can give us an advantage versus the other competitors. Okay, and what sets you apart, would you say, from all of the other cargo offerings in the market? What makes Saudi Cargo stand out?
It's basically the way we do business. It's a cyclical business, and we are being able to be steadily and agile in our strategy. We have seen this year a lot of cyclicality due to geopolitical disruption all across the world, but we remain steady because we have strategic agility and resilience when it comes to our company. We did not let it affect us. There are many countries that were closed their aerospace. Thank God that our countries and the kingdom policies is basically helped us to navigate through these tough times. So this is basically what we're relying on, our vision, our strategic positioning, and basically our strategic goals and objectives in the company, and our resilience in the past that helps going into the future with agility.
And just lastly, Hashim, some of my colleagues and I were wondering, what are some of the more unusual or exciting items that perhaps you've transported on Saudi Cargo?
It's not only exciting, we did it with pride. Last year, we transferred a lot of shipment and transported perishables from the kingdom and exported tomatoes and vegetables to Europe. And we found it in the European markets. And if you go to the supermarket, you will find Saudi vegetables and fruits. And that's basically was, I wouldn't say unusual, but we did it with pride for us because we know the quality of the product that we produce in this country, and having the ability to enable them and help them to be available at the global shelves. That's amazing. We also did shrimp to China, and we are working with our partners in the kingdom, one of the biggest dairy products to be available in the Chinese market as well. There's a huge demand when it comes from that market, and we are ready to help. And we have partners in China are ready for us to transport this shipment to China as well. And then will be amazing to go to different world in the part of the world, and you will find the Saudi product available at every shelf.
Okay, and before we started, you said you transported some horses every now and then, but you said that was quite normal. That wasn't particularly unusual. That's not unusual for us. We are part of enabling the country a bigger event. We have the Saudi Cup, and we were transporting the shipments and the horses from different parts, from Liège, from different parts of Europe into the kingdom for the race. Mm-hmm. And for us, this is not unusual. Also, the biggest races that happening in Saudi Arabia, we were basically transporting those cars into the kingdom, and next, the race will be in a different country. They will be there on time. Well, thank you very much, Leigh. We really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Hashim Al-Sharif, the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudi Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you. Pleasure. Well, staying with the aviation, Saudi's low-cost subsidiary Flyer Deal is continuing to expand across the kingdom and beyond. The all-Airbus operator has lofty ambitions with plans to triple the size of its network by the year 2030. Well, Al Arabiya spoke to Flyer Deal's chief executive Stephen Greenaway on the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show.
We're only 8 years old, but what we are doing is we're moving from adolescence to adulthood, I think. We're growing up very, very quickly. So there's a lot of new aircraft coming in. We delivered 8 new aircraft this year. We'll have an aircraft almost every month next year. And it's that growth in the kingdom and us supporting that growth through aircraft deliveries and so forth that's really spurring that on, I suppose.
So hitting milestones, which is great for Flyadeal. And also, you are planning to increase its network, Flyadeal, and fleet. That's threefold by 2030. That's the plan. Have you been hindered at all by any aircraft delays and supply chain issues? And if so, has that impacted planning at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're sitting on 43 aircraft at the moment. 44 comes, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I lose count. And then we're getting up to 100 over the next couple of years. And that's a mix of 320s. New 321s, which will come into our fleet, and 330s, which will allow us to go long haul. But we, like every other airline, is suffering in terms of aircraft delivery delays. Our 321s were meant to be delivered next year, or start to be delivered next year. We won't see those until 2027. So a full year delay on top of already delays. You know, the 2026 delivery date was already a delay on a delay, if that makes sense. The 330s we've got coming in 2027. I literally had a meeting with Airbus yesterday, and I was just informed that not only will we get one new aircraft type in July of 27, but we'll get 2. So we're getting our 321s, our first one being delivered in July, and our 330 being delivered in July at the same time. We will literally, from 2027 beyond, we have literally an aircraft every month or more coming into the fleet to get us up to where we need to be for 100 aircraft. So I think that's where we really do amp up.
The CEO of Flyadeal speaking to us there. We're also speaking to us at the Dubai Air Show, the CEO of Dubai Airports, Paul Griffiths. I asked him what sorts of evolution and trends he's seeing in terms of passenger numbers from Saudi Arabia. Here's what he told us.
The Kingdom represents our second largest single market, and the growth actually has been very, very impressive over the last few years. Riyadh is actually the second busiest city from DXB after London Heathrow. So we have very, very close links with the Kingdom. As I'm sure you're aware, Fly Dubai flies to a significant number of airports within Saudi Arabia. Very, very important market for us, and we see that growing probably faster than a lot of other markets.
New airports on the horizon and upgraded airports on the horizon in Saudi Arabia. New airlines being launched by Saudi Arabia. Do you welcome that, or do you see that as competition?
We absolutely welcome it. And I think the thing is, if you look at the history of the development of tourism, we've only scratched the surface in this region. And most people coming from North America or the Far East, if they're visiting Europe, they'll go to London, to Frankfurt, to Madrid, to Rome, to Milan, to all of those hotspots for tourism. Here, of course, if we've got more hotspots for tourism, and of course the Kingdom has so many fantastic attractions, then that's just going to bring more people in who want to see the whole region. We're very excited, actually, and we see this as a completely complementary enterprise.
Well, it's not just commercial airlines seeing an increase in passenger traffic, so too are private jet operators. Well, there at the Dubai Air Show, we spoke to the Middle East president of VistaJet, Mazen Obaid, and I also spoke to the company's chief business officer, Yusuf Muallim. And I asked them about the growth in this sector in the Saudi market and which routes they say are seeing the greatest demand on.
The Middle East generally, as Yusuf mentioned, has been doing 48% of growth this year, the first half, comparing with the last year. And also we have seen growth in Saudi, particularly 32% in the first half of this year, comparing with last year, which is significant. And at the moment, with this certificate of operating inside the Kingdom, we can connect people to different places, to remote locations. You can see maybe giga projects happening like Neom, Al-Ula, Red Sea. These locations are a bit challenging to reach in terms of commercial airlines. So the private jet here adding value, that's the trend we're seeing, domestically as well as internationally. We're seeing clients coming from the States and delegations as well coming to Saudi. There is an increase in Saudi being a tourist destination from Europe as well and China. And these movements also has been a reflection of tourism as well as Riyadh being a business hub in addition to Doha and Dubai. So the trend is moving very well for us in these aspects.
Okay, and is there a number one route here in the Middle East? Is there one route that's proving to be perhaps the most popular, the most profitable of all?
I think in terms of this region, in the Middle East, domestically in Saudi, Riyadh, Jeddah, Jeddah, Riyadh, and international in the Middle East, I would say Riyadh, Dubai, Dubai, Riyadh. In terms of Middle East, I think internationally.
I think London, Riyadh remains one of our busy routes as well. But we're seeing this uptick of demand locally between Dubai, Riyadh, Jeddah is probably the triangle of flux.
Senior executives of VistaJet speaking to us there. Well, also on the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show, we spoke to the CEO of Oman Air. His name is Kon Korfiatis, and he told us about his vision for transforming the Omani carrier into a more agile, profitable airline. I also asked him how Saudi Arabia is performing as a market, both inbound and outbound.
Saudi Arabia is a bit of a juggernaut, right? So, and I lived there for nearly 8 years before coming to Oman. It's got the largest local population in the GCC, the largest population in the GCC as well. It's a huge market, and it's a market that I think has very recently started its own campaigns in terms of aviation growth and the like, and the industry and the world, I think, is well aware of the targets that they have. We're not immune from that opportunity sitting in Oman, because my view on the GCC is it's actually an advantage to us to be sitting in a hot region with some of the biggest mega hubs and with markets like Saudi, in that there's a halo effect. I don't think traffic to and from the Middle East and within the Middle East is a mature market. Unlike many other parts of the world which are mature markets, and our growth rates therefore at the very high end relative to other parts of the world, and that opportunity, we tap into that as well. Our own flights into Saudi Arabia, at the moment we serve, just doing a quick head count, 4 or 5 destinations. We plan to expand that, and we also plan to expand our frequencies to the ones we're currently flying as well. Those routes are doing really, really well. There's really healthy traffic between the two, so we're pleased with our services. I think, the airline, from what I've ascertained, has had various strategies over the years, and one of them was trying to be a significant transit player, and when you look at the size of the mega hub carriers that are just next door to us in the Middle East, that wasn't really a wise strategy, and that's probably the area we've made the most significant change in on the commercial side of the organisation. We've said, well, what is the USP of Oman Air and Oman itself as a destination relative to everything else that we have in the region? And the answer is it's Oman itself. Oman is an absolutely stunning country. Its tourism assets are unique and complementary to other things you will find in the Middle East, but they are unique to Oman, and they're beautiful. And for the people who know it, they're return visitors, and they speak, and they're preachers of what we represent. So we said, well, with that in mind, we need to move more to a point-to-point solution. The country itself is on an economic transition program. One of those pillars is to build tourism, and then we're building a lot of infrastructure to support that tourism growth. And of course, they need a healthy, strong national airline which will bring more visitors to Oman.
And finally, Syrian artisans were amongst those taking part at the Saudi International Handicrafts Week in Riyadh. Well, this is the latest sign of many that ties between Riyadh and Damascus are warming, and Saudi Arabia has signalled its readiness for investment in Syria's reconstruction. Well, this event is also in line with Vision 2030, which highlights the economic potential of the craft sector and the role of cultural industries in international cooperation. Let's take a listen to what the Saudi organiser, Dalia Al Yahya, had to say about this event.
For the first time, the Syrian Arab Republic is participating with us, and we are delighted by this presence. They showcased a variety of crafts, including wooden and metal works, among others. One of our goals in this edition is to create intersections between different countries and to allow local and international artisans to benefit from each other's experiences, modern techniques and designs.
Well, according to official data, the handicrafts market in Saudi Arabia is worth around $405 million. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, stay tuned.
Hello, and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Kohanim in Washington, D.C., where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be covering the issues dominating the headlines in the U.S. and beyond. Let's get started. This week, my guest is Vice Chair of the America First Policy Institute's Center for American Security, Fred Fleitz, who's also a former CIA analyst and National Security Council Chief of Staff in the first Trump administration. Fred, thanks for joining me.
It's great to be here, and congratulations on the new show.
The United States seems closer than ever to brokering a final peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, with President Trump expressing his personal optimism that something good just may be happening, and reports that Ukraine has accepted a pared-down version of a Trump peace plan. Fred, what's your understanding of the current situation?
Well, there's been some progress in finding solutions to differences between the U.S. and Ukraine on this deal. It was originally a 28-point deal. It's now a 19-point deal. There still is not agreement on what territory, if any, that Ukraine will give to Russia. And right now, the renegotiated text is being discussed with the Russians. I frankly don't think we're very close to a deal. I don't think Putin is interested in negotiating. I do see several things that are promising. First of all, I think the U.S. has given the message to Zelensky that there will be a peace deal one day. It's going to be painful, and he has to decide how much pain he's going to take, because it's not going to be a perfect solution. And second, I'm very pleased that Secretary Rubio is more engaged in these talks. I think there's been a little bit of chaos with too many officials negotiating. I think Rubio understands the route ahead. It's going to be a long road, and I think it's going to be a while till we get Putin to negotiate in good faith. I think we had to put pressure, real economic pressure on Putin before he's going to deal.
Well, Fred, that's a lot to unpack. So if you don't mind, let's start with Putin. What do you think it's going to take on the U.S. part to get Putin to accept a peace agreement?
Trump has tried the easy way, diplomacy, offers of economic incentives, and Putin just spurned this, and I think he's disrespected Trump, and Trump doesn't like it. That's why Trump said he's going to give weapons to Ukraine through NATO, and he recently said he's going to implement very tough energy sanctions. I think those energy sanctions will eventually drive Putin to the negotiating table, especially if we can get the cooperation of India and China. And it's interesting that Chinese energy firms so far say they're going to cooperate with these sanctions. If that's true, it will put enormous pressure on Russia. But I'm afraid Putin's fanaticism about Ukraine not being a nation, the Ukrainian people not being a separate people, he's not willing to drop those positions easily. I think we're going to have to put a lot of pressure on him before he will.
What safeguards would you propose to prevent Russia from exploiting a deal only to restart hostilities later?
There's a real concern, if we do get a peace agreement with Russia right now, that it will simply invade again in a few years. And that's why this new 28-point peace plan, I think it's 19 points now, has a provision for security assurances by the United States and Europe. They're going to have to be pretty tough. It's going to have to be clear that Russia will pay a high price if it was to invade. And obviously all the sanctions that will be lifted from Russia, they'll be reimposed. But it's a real concern. And one thing that I think has been addressed, there was talk of capping the Ukrainian military at 600,000 soldiers. That's been lifted to 800,000, which is about how many they have now. I'd like to see Ukraine armed to the teeth. If you ask me, that would be in the agreement. Maybe the Russians won't agree to that. But I think there has to be some a tangible military deterrent, both from Europe and the United States and from the Ukrainian army, to make it simply too expensive, too dangerous for Russia to invade again.
So a lot of pressure on the Russians. And now going back to Zelensky, it seems this agreement at some point also called for elections within 100 days. And Zelensky is in the midst of some sort of a scandal back home. Do you think it's going to require that this peace deal is going to require that Zelensky step down as president in Ukraine?
There has been concern in the U.S. about corruption in Ukraine, the fact that there hasn't been an election. But my position is let's stop the war first, and we'll worry about that later. There's going to have to be investigations. We know a lot of corruption happens in wartime, and I hope Zelensky's not corrupt. There's people who think he is. I just don't want to deal with this right now. I just want to stop the killing. I think that's where President Trump is, too.
How would you judge Zelensky's leadership and diplomatic skills, Fred? Do you think Zelensky can manage getting his country through the end of this war?
I think Zelensky is a hero in getting the country through this war so far. I think he's made some missteps in his dealings with Trump, but I think he's corrected them. And right now, he's trying to find a way to get out of this war in an honorable way. And obviously, it's very painful for the Ukrainian people to contemplate any concessions to Russia or to agree to a peace deal while Russia still holds Ukrainian territory. And he's going to have to find a way to get the Ukrainian people to realize that they're going to have to make these painful concessions. I think he can do that because, look, realistically, Ukraine will lose this war. They will run out of troops. They're not going to be able to hold out indefinitely. I don't think we're near that point, but Zelensky needs to think about that and to convince the Ukrainian people we have to make the best deal we can.
With the U.S. already funding Ukraine in the trillions of dollars and without having endless financial and economic capabilities, what do you think is in the American interest in terms of the timeline of trying to bring this war to an end?
Well, President Trump doesn't think we should have unending military and economic support for this conflict, which is why he wants to stop it. I think that the amount of money we're spending is really not the issue. I think the issue is that we want to stop this conflict because it's a threat to global security. It's a threat to American interest. And one thing that's very clear is that we want to limit American involvement. This is a European war. Europe should take primary responsibility for it. That's also Trump's position. But I believe that Trump sees that there is an interest in stopping this war with the U.S. assisting Ukraine. And that's why he's said he's going to actually increase weapons to Ukraine, but they're going to be provided to Ukraine and purchased by NATO.
Fred, thanks for bringing up the European question because they have been some of the strongest critics of the Trump plan right now. What do you think the European role can be and should be?
Well, Europe has been consistently unhelpful here. They didn't like Trump's approach. Let's get a ceasefire and resolve the other issues later. They wanted everything resolved up front, and that wasn't possible. Trump changed their position on that. Now they're talking about an idea they had before of sending in European peacekeepers on the ground. It's a great idea. Putin will not agree to that. And as long as the Europeans push that, they're making a solution harder. Europe has one thing it should be doing. It should be pressuring Putin. It should stop buying energy from Putin, and their diplomats should be trying to meet with Putin, put pressure on Putin to deal. And they're not doing that. All they do is criticize Trump. It's very unhelpful.
Yeah, it is a little surprising to see the European reaction. And Fred, I have a final question for you on this topic. And you brought up China just a moment ago. You and I have had previous conversations about the China-Russia-Iran axis. I'm curious what you think. The end of this war, where does it leave this axis?
I don't think that Chinese President Xi is thrilled about this war. It hurts Chinese interests worldwide. China doesn't like being linked to a conflict that the vast majority of nations would like to see end. They don't like the fact that Russia invaded. On the other hand, Xi does not want to see Russia lose. I think he's trying to find a way to support Putin so Russia doesn't lose. But we've seen signals, I think, over the last few months that Xi again may be looking for ways to end this conflict. And I'm glad that when President Trump recently spoke to Xi, he raised Ukraine with him. And I'm hoping that that's going to be a way out of this. Look, if this war could end, it could have significant implications for global security. It could break this North Korea, Iran, Russia, China axis. It might break the growing relationship between Iran and Russia and the relationship between North Korea and Russia. and it could have real significant implications and make the world safer. Trump just has to find a way to get a ceasefire, and it has been quite elusive.
I want to take us to a whole other side of the globe, which is some perhaps startling developments. We're seeing the United States move a lot of assets into the Western Hemisphere. At the same time, we saw the Trump administration designate a group that is linked to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro as a foreign terrorist organization, which gives President Trump and his administration the ability to carry out actions without U.S. congressional approvals. Fred, as you look at the Western Hemisphere, what's your prediction? Could we be seeing kinetic activity or even the ouster of Maduro in the next few weeks?
I think the purpose of this effort is to stop the flow of illegal drugs, especially cocaine, from Venezuela, as well as the flood of criminal gang members who have made it into the United States and are committing all kinds of crimes and rapes and murders. That's something Trump wants to stop. And he believes that these are a threat to U.S. national security. That's why the military force is down there. In terms of regime change, I don't think that's something that is a priority for Trump, because Trump came into office saying he wasn't going to do that. But I also believe that this large military force in the region is intended to reassert American influence and control in the Western Hemisphere, in Central and South America, that really had been reduced due to the incompetence of the Biden administration. So I think he's sending a message. He doesn't want Maduro's influence to spread. He wants America to have a strong presence in the region. And we'll see what's going to happen. I hear Trump may soon talk to Maduro, but this is a narco state. The military, the government is involved in the production and distribution of illegal narcotics. This isn't just drug gangs. It's the government itself, and it's something Trump isn't going to tolerate.
We've also been hearing, Fred, that there's the Cuba influence, that every country from Russia to China to Iran has perhaps boots on the ground in Venezuela. Do you think that this is purely about the narco terrorism, or do you think that there's more that's going on, between the lines there?
No, Venezuela has been a member of a group of rogue states. We know the Iranians have been very close to the Venezuelan government. There are Cuban intelligence officers and doctors all over Venezuela. Cuba makes money by putting their doctors in countries like that, because Venezuela doesn't have their own. The Chinese and Russians have invested a huge amount of money in Venezuela. I think Venezuela has taken money from China, Maduro and his predecessor, to win elections, and they sold away rights to their oil for years to come to the Chinese. The Chinese bought this influence. So basically, China and Russia, they don't want Maduro to go, but they don't seem to have an answer to this U.S. military presence. I know there's been reports of a couple large military transport planes flying to Venezuela from Russia. I don't know what it is that they flew in, but I haven't seen much by Russia and China being done to come to the aid of Maduro.
Okay, so you don't expect that we're going to see any kind of major power intervention in Venezuela. At the same time, this military buildup is an interesting development, and it's something new, perhaps a more aggressive posture for the Trump administration. Do you think that that the administration is trying to signal also something bigger about this hemisphere being America's hemisphere?
I think that's right. It is America's hemisphere. American leadership has really waned in this hemisphere, and certainly under the Biden administration. And it is a priority of this administration. There's many things President Trump wants to do in his second term, but one of them is to reassert American leadership in the Western Hemisphere.
Fred, if I can take us now to the Middle East. The Trump administration just accomplished a major diplomatic coup with getting the United Nations to essentially turn the Trump peace plan for Gaza into international law by supporting a recent U.S. resolution there. At the same time, we're seeing what perhaps is the greatest challenge to the implementation of the Trump plan is the disarming of Hamas. Do you think we're going to see moderate Muslim countries like perhaps Azerbaijan playing a role, or do you think it has to be the IDF that eventually disarms Hamas?
Well, if you listen to CNN or read the New York Times, which I encourage you not to do, because they're fake news, liberal media, you'll see them saying that the Trump peace plan for Gaza has failed. And it hasn't failed. Its main objective was to get the living hostages out of Gaza and to implement a ceasefire. It achieved those two objectives, which everyone thought just a few months ago would never happen. Now, the road to the other steps of the plan are going to be difficult to implement. Hamas does not want to disarm, but it is very encouraging that not only was this plan endorsed by every Arab state and the Palestinian Authority, it was just endorsed by the Security Council. China and Russia didn't veto it. China and Russia veto everything anymore in the Security Council that the U.S. wants to pass. They didn't veto this because the Palestinian Authority supported it. And the reason for that is that the plan contains difficult compromises for both sides. One of them, it provides a role for the Palestinian Authority in governing Gaza after the Palestinians reform. And it provides a pathway for a Palestinian state after the Palestinians reform. Now, that may take a while, but those were very difficult conditions for Israel to accept. But by including that, it got the support of Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Egypt and the Palestinian Authority. It's why we were able to get these incredible achievements, releasing the hostages and the ceasefire at the beginning of the agreement. That Hamas did not hold back hostages as bargaining chips. The problem is Hamas does not want to disarm. It wants to play a role in post-war Gaza. And, we're having problems now because there's supposed to be an international security force deployed to Gaza to disarm Hamas and to prepare the Strip for rebuilding and humanitarian efforts. And there's an obstacle there. It could be that those efforts will take place in areas that have been demilitarized and Gaza has been, Hamas has been pushed out of. But there's real issues here because there aren't many nations that will agree to go into Gaza if they think they're going to they will be going to war with Hamas. They want Hamas to say up front, it will cooperate with this force. There also are some nations like Turkey that the Israelis are very wary about allowing to serve there because Turkey has been too close to Hamas through history. Maybe Azerbaijan could provide troops. I heard Pakistan, Indonesia are possibilities. I'm not sure who will be in this force, but first, I think there's going to be a determined effort by our allies in the Arabian Gulf region to work with Hamas to get it to live up to its commitments under the peace plan, to disarm, to become part of peaceful society, or to leave the area in peace, which also is provided in the plan.
Fred, what's your assessment on how defeated Hamas is today?
Well, I mean, it's been devastated, but there still are a significant number of Hamas fighters left in Gaza. There are some still living in tunnels. I know not long ago there were a bunch of Hamas fighters in southern Gaza who they didn't know what to do with because they wouldn't come out unless they disarmed. And when they did come out, they wanted to leave the country, but no nation would take them. What nation wants to admit terrorists from a group that has a history of starting terrorist acts and coups in other countries? Egypt and Jordan know very well from history they don't want these people in their country because they're so destabilizing. Saudi Arabia doesn't want them. Ellie, I'll tell you where I want to send them. I want to send them to Iran. Iran's responsible for the October 7th attack by financing Hamas, giving them the weapons that they needed to attack. It would be, I mean, I hate to add terrorists to a terrorist state, but if I can think of a solution to this impossible situation, I would send these Hamas fighters to Iran.
The Iranian regime has played a big role. Like you said, they've been the masterminds and the funders of the October 7th war and everything that we've seen unfold in the last 2 years. Fred, what that brings me to is your thoughts on how much of this plan do you think can be achieved within the next few years within the Trump presidency?
I think quite a bit of it will achieve. If it's determined that Hamas is not going to cooperate, sectors of Gaza that Hamas has been cleaned out of will be redeveloped. That the housing will be built. There will be an effort to find a way for these people to live in peace. I think they will deploy an international stability force in the regions that Hamas has been swept out of. It's an imperfect solution, but there's not going to be another peace plan. That was made clear to Hamas. This is it. It was really a brilliant solution by Trump to get everyone on board and to say, this is the last plan, and there's a contingency. If Hamas doesn't cooperate, the world will move on without it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I think it's the same approach the Trump administration took in the first term with the Abraham Accords, which is really kind of taking the veto power away from the Palestinian Authority or Palestinian leadership in some way. But I wanted to ask you, Fred, regarding President Trump himself. He's the chairman of this peace board. How hands-on do you expect him to be?
I think he'll be very hands-on, and I think the Saudi Crown Prince may be on the peace board also, and a former British Prime Minister. I don't think the president will be running the day-to-day activities of this board. He'll probably designate a senior official in his administration, but he wants to be known as a peacemaker president, and it's not just in Ukraine. It's also in the Middle East, in Gaza. And he's made significant progress towards ending this conflict. It hasn't been ended yet, but he's gotten a lot further than anyone had predicted.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think it's going to require President Trump to be heavily involved in order to get the different parties to move the plan forward?
I think what's required right now is intensive negotiations by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, U.S. special envoys, including Jared Kushner, who's been brilliant in working on this, Steve Witkoff. These parties will be working together to pressure Hamas and Israel to finish the deal. We have to have Israel to fully cooperate. There's aspects of this deal it doesn't like, but this deal is in Israel's interests, and Hamas has to disarm and cooperate with this agreement. Hamas has no future, but the fighters in Hamas can be saved. They don't have to die underground in tunnels or be blown up by the Israeli army. There's a future for them. And I think we have to find a place for them to go. If they do not want to live in peace in Gaza, I hope some kind of refuge can be found for them, that some nation will allow them to go to their country and live in exile.
Fred, you just mentioned the Saudi Crown Prince MBS, who was just in the United States and finished a rather successful visit from both the American readout and the Saudi readout. What's your take on the visit?
Well, the rapport between these two powerful leaders was just incredible to watch. I think they like each other. They got along well. They struck important economic deals, defense deals. The U.S. agreed to sell stealth fighters to Saudi Arabia. And the prince said that he actually is interested in joining the Abraham Accords. He simply wants to have a pathway to a Palestinian state. And I like that answer because he didn't ask for a guarantee. He didn't ask for more than can be provided. I think what the Crown Prince asked for is eminently doable under the current peace plan. I think that we have to work out some more details, but it suggested to me that given the way things are going in Trump's leadership, the Crown Prince is very eager to make this agreement. And I was so happy to see President Trump repair the U.S.-Saudi relationship after the extreme damage done by the Biden administration, which I don't want to talk about. But also we know that the Saudi Arabians are smart and savvy. And if they feel they're being disrespected and treated badly by the United States, they will go elsewhere. And I was very concerned during the Biden administration. The frequent trips by Chinese diplomats to the region, new trade deals and oil deals China was striking with Saudi Arabia and with the Arabian Gulf states, and the presence of the Russians in the region. So if America walks away, if we create a power vacuum, Russia and China will rush in. That's not in the interest of the region. It's not in our interests. So I'm glad that Trump really pushed that back and has reestablished a strong strategic relationship and friendship between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. And I don't know if a lot of observers noticed, but we did see an announcement from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright about even U.S. And Saudi nuclear cooperation, which is something that I believe the Chinese were doing under the Biden administration. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and the significance of that?
The Saudis want nuclear power, and if the U.S. does not sell them nuclear reactors, China will. Now, there's no provision for Saudi Arabia enriching uranium, which, of course, the Iranians are, and maybe someday the Saudis will want to do that. But the Crown Prince wants to prepare his country for now and the distant future. He wants to make it into an AI superpower. He wants to have sources of energy other than hydrocarbons, which means he wants to develop nuclear energy. I'm very glad he's not going the way of the liberals in the West with windmills and solar panels. That will not be enough to meet Saudi Arabia's energy needs. He realizes that nuclear power is the future, and I believe some important deals were signed during this agreement to get Saudi Arabia there.
And what do you think of the $1 trillion pledge towards the U.S. economy? Will this bring the two economies together? Will it tie the two countries into the future?
I think so. It shows the generosity of Saudi Arabia and the interest in investing. This is not a grant. This is an investment that both countries will benefit from.
And Fred, last question on this. The U.S. has agreed to sell the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the F-35 fighter jets that they had been requesting. What change do you think this means for the geopolitics of the Middle East?
Well, part of the America First approach to U.S. national security is supporting our allies and alliances, but asking members of our alliances to carry their own weight. And giving F-35s to Saudi Arabia is going to significantly increase the capabilities and power of their military to help defend the region. They simply won't be dependent on the United States. It makes Saudi Arabia a much stronger deterrent to the threat from Iran. It's going to make Iran think twice if it ever thinks of attacking Saudi Arabia. It's a good move for global security. It's a good move for the United States. Absolutely. Well, Fred, you took us around the world today. We're so grateful to you, and thank you so much for joining me today. Good to be here. You've been watching America Unfiltered with Eli Kohanim from Washington, D.C. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and wars involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there. Group of people, this film, so it must have been the first thing that attracted you, and also the character.
John's story, John Bishop's story, was the inspiration for this, really the impetus that got us going, and it really stuck with me. It's such a great story of a guy at that stage of his life who finds something that helps sort of reignite something in him and potentially saves his marriage and all these things, yeah.
How much is it relatable, a character that channels emotion through comedy?
Well, I think we always look to find stuff, right? We always look for something outside. What's beautiful is that he finds this kind of creative outlet through stand-up. I don't imagine everybody would do it. It doesn't seem that obvious. But for him, as somebody who the breakdown of everything was because he wasn't communicating, it's funny that he goes and communicates in a public forum. And that's the thing that kind of opens him up, cracks him open, if you will, you know?
How is it working with a director that's an actor like Bradley?
He's an incredible actor's director because he understands
what you go through.
Yeah, he understands what you go through as an actor, so he has incredible perspective in that way. Apart from being just a tremendous director in his own right, he's also somebody who really knows what that process is and understands it intimately.
At what point of your life did you know that you had this passion for singing first?
I was pretty young. I would probably say about 6 years old. Because I remember I was singing Whitney Houston in my room when I was young, and my mom's always like, we just remember hearing you and being like, oh, I think she actually can do this. I think she has a voice. And then I sang in church when I was very young. I did plays while I was in school. So it's hard. I don't know that there's one moment. That'd probably be the moment I can point to, because my entire life has always been music, and that's all I've known. My mom singing The Carpenters in the house, my dad singing Luther Vandross while washing the car outside. So it's always been a thing.
Tell us about working with Bradley, because he's an actor that understands actors and what they go through.
Yes. First of all, it was amazing because it made you just completely trust him, right? Because he's the actor, he's the director, and he's also operating the camera. So he is right there in your face, catching every nuance, every moment, every morsel of truth. And so it really just made me super confident because, you know, I'm a huge fan of his work as an actor, as a director, as a producer. And so it really put me in a place of trust. Like if he believed that he had exactly what he needed, or that we could do better, or then I trusted him completely. It was just great. And to have the director operating the camera as well is like, wow, it's very alive. It's very in the moment, and you know exactly what he wants and what he's thinking. And it was breathing and living and breathing.
The real relationship is finding somebody you can also be unhappy with. Somebody who has your back. You stopped having each other's backs.
So what, you tell jokes?
Well, I mean, I try. It's more like kind of funny stories from my life. And
oh, honey, I had no idea your life was this bad.
Yeah, what's funny about your life?
This is why she threw you out.
I am just really thankful and appreciative that people are recognizing this film and Christy's story. And I've always said, I did this for Christy, and that's all that matters.
Do what you have to do. I spent half my life hiding. It's my house. My things. It's my gym.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, have I got a treat for you.
How are you doing?
I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
Oh, you did?
Do you want to talk?
Where's the milk? Stop it. I was here first.
Ah, there he is. Sad dad.
But it's a very kaleidoscopically brilliant play on form and language and the ability to manifest something that's very, very hard for us to contemplate, and also bringing it up as a discussion, which is grief, and male grief at that. I think it's quite a rare thing in our culture to examine it through the male lens. It's also an open door to so many iterations. We're not just a film of this. There's been a stage play, there's a mime play apparently, and a puppet play coming up, and another stage adaptation. There is something not just universal about the idea of it, and something painfully, profoundly important to discuss and examine within that idea. But I think also with Crow and the specificity of the father-son relationships, he examines something so peculiarly particular as well. He seems to get away with both something universal and very, very detailed.
The English widower allowed his kingdom to go to ruin and abandoned his 2 sons.
I heard him.
Hello, boys.
It's not real.
Does Daddy need a cuddle? You're not real!
I remember being on a couch and there was just rain and gravel pouring on us, and I was quite an awkward shoot because I just felt really wet and it was like really soggy sofa and they were just throwing rain on us. I just hope no one is grieving right now because that's going to be a very stressful time. They get the message that they can say they can grieve if they want. And they can grieve if they want, but if they don't want to grieve, then they can just hold it in. But if at the end of the day, we'll have to let it out.
We should talk about the difference between grief and despair.
Sometimes we felt like he was our dad again.
Here we go.
Max sort of left us alone in the very generous way that he has done throughout, I think, this story's life. He's realised that he's given the book to the world and then everyone's taking something from it and turning it into their own interpretation. So whether it's Nicola Hicks's sculpture, Dylan's adaptation, my performance, how The Crow was animated, these 2 extraordinary boys to play my sons, we were left alone to play. We were left alone to do it. And Dylan was extraordinary as a collaborator. We worked for a while before the film started. I was desperate after the faith I had in the adaptation to know that he was happy handling narrative fiction. We became fast friends, and I knew from that I had the trust I needed to go to the places I needed to.
Those boys need bows and arrows.
Let's get Crow!
They need stories, they need myths, they need chaos. Do your worst. No, I intend to do my best.
I had determined that the memory of my evils should die with me.
It is always such a pleasure to see you, and I have to say such a pleasure to watch your vision on stories, basically. How much was that a vision of yours for a long time before it became a big screen reality?
Well, since I was a kid. I mean, I really wanted to make this movie and I've done it in Kronos, in Devil's Bag, in Pan's Labyrinth, everywhere, you know, there's little pieces of this movie there. And it is a biography. I mean, it's a biography of the soul in the same way that the book was a biography of the soul for Mary Shelley.
What manner of devil made him? I did.
Do you find it so timely today because the world is all about perception, about, you know, what is what and what is a monster and what is not and what is humanity?
Yeah, I think that the important thing is we have learned not to listen. We have learned not to accept. We have learned that there's us and them. And if we can find a we, it would be great. And the other thing is, it's funny, it all comes down to family at the end, you know? And I think rarely on film you see stories of fathers and sons and how that the pain is transmitted from one father to the son and the son becomes a father and transmits that pain. Rarely. And this is very much a thing I felt on Mary Shelley and on the book, that the urgency was that, questioning who are we, what are we doing on this earth, fundamental human questions asking from our fathers or the creator, why am I here, what do you want from me, what should I do?
What is the emotional responsibility of my life and yours?
Yeah,
basically.
it is. That's a great term. Emotional responsibility. I'm going to use it.
Please do. I'd be very flattered.
I had a vision. An idea took shape in my mind.
And for that, was it very important to find the right actors, because these are characters that look nothing like one another. We're not even talking physically. I mean, if you take Mia and Oscar and Jacob and everybody and Christoph in this, every one of them has their own physicality. Every one of them has their own emotional core, etc. So how much fun was it for you to cast it?
Well, I wrote it for them. That's how you cast on the page.
So you cast in your head.
You cast in your head, you cast on the page, you know them. I mean, I met with all of them, except Jacob, who came in at the last minute. But I'm very glad you noticed. I always say that I cast eyes. And the movies are a symphony of different eyes and different sounds. So Christoph is the horns. Jacob is the strings. Blah, blah, blah. So each of those, they should add a different note to the symphony.
In seeking life.
When I was little, I was very much of a fantasy literature buff. Guy de Maupassant, the French author, and your movies have often reminded me of that kind of atmosphere. So how much has it always been for you, literature, your own imagination, and what technology can make you do?
To me, the two greatest short story writers in mankind are Guy de Maupassant and Chekhov. You know, I like his short stories more than I like his plays. You know, and Maupassant is, you know, when I read Leorla or Boule de Suif, everything he wrote, I was on the edge of my seat, you know, and Chekhov is the same. You know, all those short stories are fantastic with Chekhov, and they influence my craft because they're very good at drawing character very quickly.
And it was very interesting in this one with the character of the Frankenstein monster, because he's a blank canvas to start.
Yeah, exactly.
And then his imagination starts being filled with the experiences of life. So how much was it amazing for you to create this character with such emotional core as well?
Well, yeah, it really is a blank canvas. That was the idea. It was a white page in which Victor scribbled a bunch of nonsense, and he ruined it. But then they find a way to save it. You know, I think that that's us. That's children. They're white pages waiting to be screwed up by the parents.
Yes, we wish they weren't.
Yeah, but they do. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy's wrapping me up. It's such a pleasure to talk to you,
Same
as
here.
always.
Thank
you so much.
See you on the next
see
one.
You.
I believe when you see a movie like this that is like an opera, where you know we made everything, is a real set, and it's real extras with real costumes, with real embroidery, and it makes you feel more human. This is handmade by humans for humans.
What makes a difference is Guillermo del Toro. I mean, his point of view, it was so much fun. We've stayed in touch. He's become like a family member of mine. But he just put all of his heart into it, you know, you see it.
It was everything you would imagine it to be and more. I've been a fan of his work since I was a child, and, you know, I walked away from it an even bigger fan.
Very collaborative, and he's just a very nice man, very set within his own vision. So you've got support with everything you do, and he wants your creativity, he wants your input. So yeah, nice. My notion when we were doing it is that it's going to be a very sort of human take on it. You know, that is about being human.
Must have been great to be on those sets. I mean, because Guillermo likes to, create his own worlds of fantasy and literature and everything. So how was it this time?
It was incredible. It was also because they're oversized sets. I mean, they're massive and they're modular, which means that any piece can be taken out, any place, any wall can move to make room for this crane that the camera's on, because the camera never stops moving. Any shot in the film you see.
Yeah, it follows you emotionally.
Exactly. And also the way that he operates that camera. He has a little microphone and he's talking to the operator at the same time quietly. And, he's just right there with it. But yeah, what Tamara did with those sets is just astounding. And it really feels like you're in somebody's dream.
Yes, exactly. Or in Guillermo.
Yeah, well, you are in his dream.
Imaginative mind.
Write specifically for an actor. I wrote for Oscar. I wrote for Mia. The only one I didn't write for was The Creature. And Jacob has the perfect eyes for The Creature.
How did you guys discuss the complicated relationships that the two characters have, Jacob?
We didn't discuss it. We didn't discuss it at all.
No, it's true.
I would say, and there really was no. There was no need to discuss it. The first scene that we shot together was the final scene of the film, so we were both kind of thrown into that tank. And there's this. I just started thinking about the movie. It had been about 3 weeks, and I hadn't spoken to him. We'd met in the office once or twice, and I came in and we just started. The creature started telling him his tale, and there was just this one moment that set the rest of the film for me. I went past like this with my finger, and Oscar just went and grabbed my finger. He just snatched it. And it was a gesture from Victor to the creature, but also to me it felt like, oh great, like I didn't know that was going to happen and we're doing this now. And it was like, in that touch, I think to me, told me everything I needed to know about what we were going to do for the next sort of 5 months or so. It was a really generous sort of moment.
Then I saw it. Your name. Victor Frankenstein.
It's a story about so many things, Frankenstein. It was so much ahead of its time, and it's very timely today. What does it remain about for you, about the sense of humanity, about the sense of perception of what it means?
Yeah, I think this idea that we're all, we come into this world and we inherit so much and all the pain and suffering that comes from that, but then how we move through it, and truly the way to move through it is through acceptance and through some sense of compassion, even through such cruelty and suffering. And so it's a very moving thing, and that's just one particular reflection from the book that I think Guillermo and all of us really connected to.
This is a 200-year-old text. When I read it at age 11, it made me feel alive. It made me understand religion. It made me understand what is it that makes us human. The only service I can do for that text is to make it emotional again.
How transformative was it for you, obviously physically to be the character, but how transformative is it emotionally to kind of feel the pain of this character through all the background that he carries?
I think it was, for me, it was mostly about how much can I be myself? How honest can I be about my being alive and sort of my memories and things. They're not too dissimilar to the creature that Guillermo's written, because the creature that Shelley wrote is this existential being that's all of us. It was more of a how much can you be you than how much can I be different,
Was it easy to be vulnerable because Guillermo is such a great guy in essence?
Yeah, it was, and he invited us to do that. I think because he's so heart first, and that's how he is on set, and everyone's invited to just contribute and have ownership over what they're doing, that it was easier to open up on a set that's that generous versus other situations that I've been in where you find yourself having to protect yourself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not to I mean, not like other place in India.
Daya pun usunrang kebamut makanya beri khasi jungi kalau dujak sedang Islam.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
Penduno ia kata kejaj ke balonglem ke proses dulu ba jaj usunrang.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Another people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich because his man he take responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Like actually we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this like in Khasi and then in this village also. For me, it's like we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay. or they've got some kind of we call taro, some black magic happening to them, then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in the city, but then for the sons, they will allow them to go abroad also. They do find it okay with it. But then us, in the other hand, for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more more strict with them. So most of the family here, they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career outside of Meghalaya or something outside of India. Maybe because they're little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work. And women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In
our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also participate the same role. Before, the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Kasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now it's inherited by the youngest daughter. because like they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. You know, some of them, like youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, like in my areas also, like the one who look after their parents after they're old, that one like inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of these technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, 2 National Guard soldiers remain in a critical condition after a shooting that took place near the White House last night. An Afghan man has been detained by police and is in hospital. The incident has prompted the US to suspend immigration requests from Afghanistan. The president has called the attack an act of terror and has promised to remove foreigners from any country who do not belong in the US. Take a listen.
My great fellow Americans, earlier today, on the eve of the Thanksgiving holiday, 2 members of the National Guard serving in Washington, D.C., were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that, based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Gemma and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for being here this evening with me. Dr. Ellie, just a bit of an update on that story. So we did hear from the CIA director a little bit early on today, and they said the Afghan suspect in the shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers in Washington, D.C., previously worked with the CIA in Afghanistan, and the 2 victims have also been named. They were Sarah Beckstorm, she was 20 years old, and Andrew Wolf, who was 24 years old. So more details about the victims coming out throughout the day. But the big question is, what does the US suspension of Afghan immigration requests signal about the balance between security concerns in the US and humanitarian commitments?
First of all, it is heartbreaking to know how young they were and how they were shot, and all of the incidents is just painful in that sense. But going back to the broader discussion of security concerns versus humanitarian concerns, always security concerns will win. And it's, I guess, everywhere, in every country, in every society, when you touch upon the fear, upon the security, people will jump onto that as the most priority, as the most basic priority, and they would forget any, between brackets, values, humanitarian issues, and so on. More so in the US, and more so under Trump. We have to remember that part of Trump's promises of the campaign was all against, all these migrants who are taking away our society and all of this in that sense. Although the motivation of the shooter are still not clear, we don't know. We're calling it a terrorist attack, but we don't know what were the motivations. We don't know the background, etc. And the fact that they came in under Operation Allies Welcome means that they were working with the U.S. in some capacity. Now, you just told us it was part of the CIA operations. So I guess what I want to say is that security concerns can be considered as legitimate concerns in every society, and it's fine, in my opinion, to regulate migrations in the most suitable way. It's fine to vet people before you allow them into your country. It's fine to stop illegal migration. All of these themes I could hear, I could maybe sympathize with in a certain way, in a certain context. The problem is that it never stops there. And it goes all the way to xenophobia, to putting everything that is wrong in our country on a specific scapegoat, which is the weakest link usually, which are the people who are traveling from one place to the other to find a better opportunity for their life, for their families, and so on. So I guess Trump will play that in politics, will spin it. It's the eve of Thanksgiving. He's shooting at Biden. He's shooting at the issue of security. He's using this in his political campaign. But then again, on the other side, we have the National Guard in Washington. Did that make the city safer? Is it counterproductive for him to say, to use this shooting part of his, political rhetoric, since his rhetoric is, if we spread the National Guard, then cities will be safer.
And it's quite interesting because the rate of crime in Washington, D.C. has gone down since the National Guard has been deployed throughout Washington, D.C., hugely controversial in the areas of the U.S. where we've seen this deployment of the National Guard. And Donald Trump is almost using it, or will almost use it as a political tool, many people are saying, because a federal judge actually last week ruled that the deployment was illegal, and the Trump administration actually appealed that decision, and that was last night following the shooting that we did see in Washington, D.C.
But again, you're putting this National Guard and, for example, the member of ICE, as we are seeing, as enemies of many people, and as, not having very big welcome in specific communities, at least, if not to all. So are we adding the divide, or are we actually making the cities safer? This is the whole thing.
And I think that's a big question. And Gemma, Trump wants to re-examine, like Dr. Ellie said, re-vet, re-examine Afghans who arrived under the Biden administration. But I think the big question is, how realistic is this? And what message does it send to our allies who've helped us in wars and throughout conflicts across the world?
It's not realistic. So there are, according to the State Department, over 190,000 Afghans who resettled in the US under Operation Allies Welcome and Enduring Welcome. And in addition to that, there's another 260,000 Afghans who are awaiting processing under these processes as well. And they're in sort of third countries as well. They're kind of kept in limbo. So you've got lots in Pakistan and lots in Qatar. So all of that's been put on hold as well. So they have just kind of been left, irrespective of how far along the line their visas and their requests were. So that would be quite daunting for them if they've travelled to other countries and now they're left just hanging because of the supposed actions of this person. Now, Trump has been upping his rhetoric around immigration, as we've seen, and he was talking about Somali immigrants in Minnesota. He said they were, quote, ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. So this is in addition to this kind of what he's talking about in general anyway. Now, there will be questions about the vetting of Afghan immigrants coming over. And as you said, there's sort of nothing wrong with expanding upon perhaps these processes. But there also, there's got to be scrutiny as well on where the money is coming. Immigration is such a huge process. And critics have said that the Trump administration has been taking money from those departments and putting them into national security instead. So there are going to be questions coming up about that. There's also the vulnerability of the National Guard. 2 young people have been, shot. It's terrible to hear. But the mission in Washington has been quite ill-defined. There's nothing really concrete. We're going to go in and make these cities safer. Depends on your definition of what that looks like. You know, you've said crime rate has gone down, but was that petty crime? You know, was that violent crime? You know, the statistics, you kind of want to dig into those more. Now, what it sends the message to future allies is the US might not have your back. You know, if they come into your country or they have engagements in your country and you help them, you might just be left high and dry at the end of it. If they can just turn off the tap on these, you know, on their Operation Allies Welcome and Enduring Welcome at any time. So will it stop people from helping them in the future? I think that's looking quite likely.
It's going to be an interesting moment to see how this unfolds, especially when it comes to the National Guard being deployed further in the US. But we must also think of the two victims, very young, 20 and 24 years old, shot at point-blank range, carrying out the job that they were sent to do in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, the Kremlin says US Envoy Steve Witkoff will travel to Russia next week as the US pushes for a deal to end the war in Ukraine. It comes after Ukraine reportedly agrees to the terms of a proposed plan, which Trump says both sides have had input on. Meanwhile, Trump has also said tomorrow's deadline for both sides to agree to a deal is no longer in place. Take a listen.
That's a standard thing, you know, because he's got to sell this to Ukraine. He's got to sell Ukraine to Russia. That's what a deal maker does. You got to say, look, they want this. You've got to convince them with this. You know, that's a very standard form of negotiation. We're having good talks. We started with Russia. We're having some talks with Russia. Ukraine is doing well. I think they're pretty happy about it. They'd like to see it end. And we won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who is right here in the studio with me, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us all the way from Surrey. Isabel and Wissam, great to have you with me this evening. Always good to have you in the studio. Isabel, let's start with you, and we're going to talk about Ukraine because it has agreed to this amended peace plan. But is Russia likely to do the same? That seems to be the question everyone wants the answer to.
Yes, it's worth sort of pausing, isn't it, and imagining that if this wasn't such high stakes and so incredibly serious where blood was still being spilt, this is actually fascinating just in terms of the characters involved. You have President Trump saying tremendous progress is being made, and then messages coming from the Kremlin making it pretty clear that, you know, peace is still a long way off. Look, I'm not particularly hopeful at the moment. I mean, I remain hopeful that there will be an end to the war, but I am concerned about sticking points that I don't really understand in the current format of this peace document, how it would work in practice. Ukraine have been very valiant, and despite being incredibly shoddily treated in the way that this was handled, you know, Trump admitting there that they spoke to Russia first. Well, first of all, let's point out these aren't equal parties in this. One's the aggressor, one's the victim. You don't start with the aggressor in a negotiation. Anyway, they did, and Ukraine have been very gallant and have made amendments with Europe's support. But, you know, they are very clear that they want to become members of NATO and that they would like security guarantees for their future. Now, I don't see how that can happen without European support, and Russia is making it perfectly clear that NATO is a non-negotiable for them. They want no Western military anywhere near them, and no military presence in Ukraine belonging to the West at all. So, you know, at the moment it seems intractable. I remain hopeful that that might change. It is worth pointing out, though, that the pressure on Russia is growing, despite Putin's propaganda machine very keen to tell his own people and perhaps some of their supporters in nearby Belarus and Hungary that things are going all their way. It's not strictly true. I mean, you have to look at the situation at home, that the price of their Oil, $20 a barrel cheaper than Brent crude oil. You've got the central bank selling off gold. You've got 25% of Russian companies at risk of bankruptcy. It goes on and on and on. There are real concerns that, this country can't raise capital outside of its own borders. They will have to stop this war at some point. Whether or not that is soon, I don't know. The only other thought I wanted to sort of pick up on is the comments from Vladimir Klitschko, one of the mayors, I think the mayor of Kyiv in Ukraine, and he has said that although he doesn't want it to be the case, he thinks that it won't be this negotiation that will be the end, that will be the deal to seal it. It will actually be Ukraine ceding territory. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that is peace by surrender, and I think Europe should do everything it can to make sure that that isn't the case. But I feel as though he might be right that that is the only terms under which Putin will agree.
And Wissam, as they say, there's no justice in peace a lot of the time. We've heard that before.
Yeah.
And Isabel talking about the aggressor and the victim, ceding territory, security guarantees, frozen assets. There's so many sticking points to this plan that we keep on talking about, and there seems to be no diplomatic bridge to bring the two closer together. All there seems to be is these diplomatic dances.
Although we feel this time there are clearer signals coming from Donald Trump and the Americans that this is actually probably happening, or it could happen. And we have signalings also coming from the Russians. This war has come to a reality. Okay, if it drags for longer, it's very dangerous. The world has been on the brink of maybe a nuclear confrontation in Ukraine. It was clear that the West, especially America, does not want to take it further into the confrontation. And second, it is clear that the lines that has been drawn now on the field will not change. I mean, Russia has been successful in a lot of ways. And whatever deal will come, it will be, unfortunately for the Ukrainians, it's going to be ceding lands. But one of the most important sticking points, or points to be fine-tuned, what Ukraine are we going to have? How nurtured it is? How weak it is? Is it really a very weak state that has no political dignity? And what about Europe? Now we will hear more and more from the Russians that the Europeans are trying to sabotage this deal because it is about Europe. And at the end of the day, what we see now, unfortunately for the Europeans and the Ukrainians, that this deal is an American-Russian deal. Americans are the guarantors of this, of course, and they are involved, and it's good for the end of the war. But what the Europeans will do, will they only be saying we are ready to support Ukraine? We're going to see about that. But this is what I suspect was the goal of Vladimir Putin from the beginning, is to reach a deal with the Americans. It's about sitting on the bigger table.
And also, I just want to talk to both you and Isabel about Steve Witkoff and a leaked recording with a Russian official. So according to this leaked recording that did originally come from Bloomberg, they're the person who got the transcript of this, it was Steve Witkoff coaching a Kremlin aide about how to charm President Trump and get in his ear before Zelensky went to the White House.
And Trump was very happy about it. He didn't mind it. I mean, he said this is what things, how things happen. At the same time, does it say that Witkoff is biased, is not, the middleman? Of course. I mean, we could say the same thing about his boss as well. Trump, it was clear that they are fascinated with, what strengths projects Vladimir Putin. At the same time, Witkoff himself was the very channel that allowed this relation, that allowed every time you had a problem, you had a glitch in this Trump-Putin dynamic, he was the guy who made things work again. He was the guy who went to the Kremlin just a few days before announcing the very weird Alaska summit, which led to nowhere. I mean, he is the guy who was working on bridging the Trump-Putin dynamic. And he's still doing so. And he has the graces and the full support of Trump.
Isabel, I just wanted to get your thoughts on what Wissam said there and about Donald Trump defending Steve Witkoff after that leaked recording with that Russian aide.
Yeah, well, it's worth pointing out that, you know, members of his own party, Republican in Pennsylvania, saying that these secret meetings and conversations are ridiculous and that these conversations should be had out in the open, condemning Witkoff coaching this Kremlin representative. But, you know, he's out of his depth. I've said it before on your programme, Leigh Ann. You know, this is a property tycoon. He's got a close bond. He's known as a deal maker, but that's kind of where his diplomatic experience ends. Yes, he's worked on the peace deal in Gaza, which, as we've seen, isn't exactly a huge success. But he flies around in this private jet, which hasn't got proper national security. His phones are vulnerable to being intercepted. He doesn't have a huge department within Washington to support him, despite the huge work that he's been tasked with. Where is Marco Rubio in all of this? You know, there are proper checks and balances and ways of doing things, and it seems as though for Trump it's all about his mate, the deal, and in this case, you know, we're seeing the Europeans being an afterthought. You know, this strange deal, it was played basically by Putin, wasn't he, being given this list of demands, and it was the former head of the MI6 here in the United Kingdom, Sir Alex Young, who came out and said the proposal basically left Ukraine as a tethered goat, and what we should really be working towards is making Ukraine a porcupine, the porcupine strategy, so that it can't be consumed ever again. It needs to have strong armour and defences. And so he has left Ukraine in a weaker position, and it is regrettable, in my opinion, but it's unsurprising that Trump has put his full faith behind him. Meanwhile, today we're hearing, you know, the ramping up of rhetoric from Europe, which I'm pleased to see. The Sweden foreign minister, for example, wanting more sanctions from the United States on Russia. And we're also hearing calls from the EU Foreign Affairs representative Kaja Kallas. She wants to see the pressure being increased on Russia. So, you know, there is this difference of approach from the Europeans and from the Americans. We've got a lot more to lose. We're much closer. But also Ursula von der Leyen has made it clear that she would like to see all of the frozen Russian assets being used as reparations to help Ukraine rebuild after this awful war, which has destroyed the country. America, on the other hand, Trump wants that money for himself, for American citizens. Now, obviously, they've invested huge amounts of money for which the world should be grateful, and I do believe he wants peace. But I do think that matters like where that money goes exposes an ugly motivation as well.
I feel like there's a lot more questions right now than answers, but hopefully we'll get more as we go on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I don't want to go against what, this narrative. Of course, there is an aggressor, and then there is an aggressor, there is a victim. But we also think that it's now the time to rethink the whole Russian question. What went wrong between Russia and Europe and the West after 1990? Yeah. Why are we here? I mean, these questions has to be asked sometime. We always say that we are, the old world has vanished and the new world has not yet emerged. And I think whether it is with China or Russia or anywhere, not the Europeans, unfortunately, everyone is trying to say what is my part or my portion of the world that is yet to emerge. And in this world that is yet to emerge, Russia economically is a small player. Let's not forget Russia is smaller than Italy. Is smaller than Spain, France, yeah. And smaller than France, of course. Yeah. But, in geopolitical terms and in geographical terms, they are huge. So is there a way to rethink this narrative? I'm not going against the narrative of aggressor and victim. This is the reality. But why are we here? Is it only because of the person who is Vladimir Putin, of the mentality? How can we build a better future for Europe that will always be here and Russia who will always be huge next to us?
But we say that Russia's economy is the size of Italy, is the size of France. It's not a huge scale of GDP. But we cannot forget that Russia has a lot of nuclear weapons. And that's always something that's made it have a big standing on the geopolitical front.
It's not alone. It's not Russia alone who has. If they will use the weapons, of course, it's going to be the end of the world. But it's going to be their end as well.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say some of their power also is not necessarily, based in money or in actual physical weapons, it's their cyber attacks and the destabilization of the West. And many people blame them for turning us against each other. And we are actually, weirdly, and I would argue not coincidentally, seeing a kind of rise of the authoritarian, almost Putin-like model within the United States, where you have these oligarchs, these people in the inner circle who are given unprecedented access to power and to financially gain from a lot of the proceedings that happen within the country and around the world. So it's a really worrying sort of rise of totalitarianism, and you could argue that that has been disproportionately driven by Russia, and they've been incredibly powerful and damaging in that way.
So let's make democracy great again, because it's not as attractive as it used to be for a lot of people around the world, unfortunately.
And tensions between the US and Venezuela are rising as President Nicolas Maduro faces increasing pressure from Washington, including military strikes on suspected drug trafficking ships and ongoing threats of invasion. Speaking in Caracas and waving a sword, Maduro vowed to resist any attempts to overthrow his government. Wissam, we're going to start with you as soon as we get there, but I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about this feud that we have seen bubbling under the surface between the US and Venezuela for weeks now. You might argue for decades, but we'll get on to that. Could we see Maduro actually overthrown? Is this now becoming a real possibility?
I mean, the build-up in the Caribbean, we have the biggest American aircraft carrier in the world who is positioned there. We have huge maritime groups who are positioned there. Is it about a war with drug cartels and small ships? Is it a war with, with unknown people? No. It looks like a very big thing. It could be pressure, yes, but pressure not against small players. It's a pressure designed and formed to change and have a big impact on Venezuela. It's a very big fish, Venezuela. It's it's the richest country in the world, although it's in oil, although it's very hard and costly to use the Venezuelan oil. But in a geopolitical term, this problem of Venezuela has been dragging for so long in the backyard of America. I mean, if you are in the mind of the United States, the deep state, this problem has been dragging for so long. Let's not forget that Venezuela, for most of the last century, was an ally of America, was a very strong ally. They were detrimental in helping the Americans win the Second World War. And then something happened in the end of the century, and we had Hugo Chavez, and we had this huge shift. We had this huge, support and money to all the pink, reddish wave that swiped through South America. And I think America, who is, like we said in the segment before, trying to think its place in the world that is yet to emerge. I mean, this is the backyard of America, and the Latin world is so present inside America, and America is so present inside the Latin world. And Maduro represents this unorthodox way that Latin America has went to. Maduro is the inheritor of Hugo Chavez, who is himself inheritor of the Cuban president, or Fidel Castro. And this has been dragging since the 50s. This is about America's interest in the Latin world. Maduro's regime is definitely on the agenda of Trump. I mean, this is serious.
And Isabel, let's bring you in and talk about this, because Wissam just spoke to me there about Donald Trump and Venezuela being on the agenda of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's met some interesting characters while he's been president, even in his first term. Can you envision a meeting actually happening between Nicolas Maduro and Donald Trump taking place to try to simmer down these tensions?
Yes, I can imagine that happening. I think anything is possible, especially with President Trump, who, you know, likes a deal, likes to be seen as a peace broker as well. I would say what's slightly different about this is that he is very much being the aggressor in this relationship, President Trump, and he,
the bully,
just this weekend, you know, has designated this cartel a terrorist organization on a par with Al Qaeda, and has put a bounty out as well for the leaders of which he accuses Maduro of being, which means that the usual sort of legal restrictions on how you can operate in international law exonerate the United States, for example, if Maduro was captured and killed as part of that cartel, which, you know, will certainly have put Maduro's back up and make that meeting a little bit less likely. You know, there are, I don't know what the actual sum was that was being offered. It was a huge amount of money. I think it was double what they were offering for Al-Qaeda's leader Osama bin Laden. So, you know, he's got literally a bounty on his head. Would you want to meet somebody with those kinds of threats floating about? There have also been lots of questionable moves within the Caribbean basin of these boats that have allegedly been carrying drugs. Now, that may well be the case, but these missiles have been used. I think 83 have been killed, and certainly experts in maritime and international law say that their deaths have been hugely legally questionable, which puts pressure on any relationship between the two leaders.
And also, just a quick thought from you, Wissam, is I was speaking to somebody earlier in Caracas, and he was saying life there's a cost of living crisis. Things feel really tense with what's going on, with Maduro now rallying the troops because Donald Trump is rallying his side. And it seems like a never-ending sort of story, and people are still having to live in the middle of this. We can't forget that.
Venezuelan people are already living in a very dire situation. And the Venezuelan anti-Maduro movement is also very big. Let's not forget that even though it's a totalitarian regime, somehow they have been winning with small margins the elections. And
but the last election has been disputed.
Yeah, it has been disputed, but at the same time, I mean, it's not like the regimes where you have someone winning 99% of the votes, and you know it's not true, it's not right. So Venezuela is not doing well, and Venezuela, they stand no chance if there is any kind of military action. But let's talk about the options of America. Will it be a full-scale land invasion? It's impossible. According to Foreign Affairs Council in 2018, such an invasion would need something like 100,000 soldiers on the ground. It's not at all on the agenda of Donald Trump, MAGA, you know, no boots on the ground. Second, it could have some targeted strikes. This is more of a possibility. And third, you know, undercover operation, and this is also a possibility. But in any case, if they ever sit together, I don't see it happening. I mean, even with Mamdani, it was a bit of a stretch, but somehow the character of Mamdani, who's also very, very intelligent and very emotionally intelligent, could say, okay, they are both very political animals and they know what to do. With Maduro, there is no common language. It's really two words apart. It could happen because Trump is so unpredictable.
And he met North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un. We can't forget that.
That one is good. I mean, Kim Jong-un, who wouldn't want to meet Kim Jong-un? I mean, Maduro has no... He doesn't have the aura or the weirdity of the persona. And Venezuela is still somehow, you know, it's Latin America. It's not very far. You know, you have something like 20 million people of Venezuelan descent, I mean, in America and Canada, or 15 million. So it's a country that is not very culturally away from America. And what will come next? I mean, you have alternatives. This is the big difference between North Korea and Venezuela, for example. You have alternatives in Venezuela. Venezuela is a country that is not very far away from democracy, from the West. You can generate something that could work out outside Maduro.
violence and insecurity are surging across northern Nigeria, with mass kidnappings, deadly attacks and rising threats to communities. Hundreds of school children remain missing after being abducted from a school. Jono, let's talk a little bit about this story and what more do we know about these missing children who have reportedly been returned, because about 50 children have been returned and there's still obviously a lot missing.
So since they went missing on Saturday, in the first day or two, yes, 50 kids managed to get away from their kidnappers and make it back to their family from their captors. They've been reunited with their families, as we've heard from church leaders on the ground who are there as well. But there are 250 more children, along with their teachers, who are still missing. Now, here's where things get a bit tricky. Their captors have now taken them to an area which is remote bush, and it is heavily armed gangs who have taken them into this remote bush, who know this area very, very well. The army are now on board to try and get into that area. They're combing huge stretches of land and countryside to try and find them. They lack the expertise for that specific ground that this armed gang have. And you might think, well, why? Why kidnap 300 odd kids plus their teachers from a school? And the simple answer is, and this is speculatively speaking, ransom. And there's a stack of previous examples of this as well. Armed groups kidnap kids to force the families individually, not the government as a whole, to pay large ransoms. The government will be called upon as well to pay ransom towards these groups, and it's becoming a huge source of income to fund criminal gangs within the country, and this is where this has come from. You're dealing with areas where the schools are very remote, and although they may be, in some cases, boarding schools, which I believe this one was, you're also dealing with zero security on ground. So when a gang like this goes in and wants to take 300 odd kids, it is very easy to do it. It's a remote region. There's very little time for the authorities to get involved here as well, and this is political or ideological motives that are at play here. And that is why these kids have gone missing, because on the surface of it, this story is mind-blowing.
And it's really something that's come back into the fore, because I remember 11 years ago reporting on the very similar story, and it was in Chibok in Nigeria, and they did abduct 276, and that was school children. It was very infamous. It made the headlines all over the world. And actually, what's interesting is Donald Trump has got involved in this, Michael. You know, President Donald Trump is saying that they are persecuting Christians in Nigeria, and this has become a big talking point.
Donald Trump feels a kinship to people who look like him or have similar backgrounds. So we know, for instance, with the white South Africans who he's repatriated or patriated to the States. He's allowing them to come in because he feels that they've been persecuted. In this case, in Nigeria, there are accusations, rumors that maybe Christians are also being persecuted. The government there has said, no, it's sometimes Muslims, it's sometimes Christians. It's the terrorist organizations, the kidnappers are indiscriminate. They don't have, a preference one way or the other. And Donald Trump can be attracted by a news story. The rumor is that he saw something on Fox News, a report about Christians being attacked, and that is what sort of spurred this on. And then you have celebrities, Nicki Minaj, who's getting involved as well. So Donald Trump is somebody who is not necessarily, again, strategic in his foreign policy. He can be very much attracted and swayed by whatever the flavor of the day is.
And let's talk a little bit about, because this is not the only situation in Nigeria at the moment. The World Food Programme predicts nearly 35 million people could actually go hungry in 2026. And that's, of course, next year, fast approaching. How are authorities addressing this particular issue?
So there are limited funds at this point. And what they've recognized is they're going to have to feed the hungriest, which is an incredibly difficult task to figure out who is the hungriest. But that's the way that they have to approach it. There are what they've deemed, the international community, hungry hotspots, of which there are 16 that are at critical levels. And they are also trying to take a more of a long-term approach. What they're going to do is go into communities and try and educate them, but that's not going to give you food today, tomorrow, or in the next few months. They're trying to use tech and more efficient methods. And then they're also going to be trying to generate funding opportunities around the world. When Elon Musk and Doge got rid of US aid, there was a bit of a knock-on effect as well, and other countries cut their programs. So there are estimates that they need about $29 billion to make sure that 35 million people don't go hungry in 2026. And they're so far away from that number that they have to make incredibly difficult decisions. And what it means is that in 2026, there will be a lot of people who will most likely be starving to death.
And it's so sad because we were talking about the abductions in Nigeria, and now we're talking about 35 million people going hungry and the desperate situation that's obviously driving.
Exactly. I think it's exactly that. The two are individual stories, but the two are intrinsically linked. There's two schools of thought. One is that this group are objecting to Western ideology when it comes to the school where they've been taught, be it Christian or Muslim schools, the Western ideology in the education system that's in place, which is very akin to Boko Haram's ideology from it's been a while since anyone's mentioned that in a news story. But then there's the school of thought that perhaps this insurgent gang may be feeling the need and the financial pressures to require funding in order to secure food and security and shelter for themselves for the long stint which is on the way, which may be why they're holding kids to ransom. They simply require money for food, knowing that 2026 has got this in store. So both of these stories are intrinsically linked.
And to your point, many of these hotspots, there are repeated attacks, which means there are violence, and then there is economic stress. And there's that cycle that goes around and round. If you're going to be under attack more, you're probably not going to be able to work or work in the fields or go to your job because of the safety issue, and then that leads to economic stress, and it goes around and around.
And the US Transportation Secretary has launched a new campaign called To Help Address a Surge in Unruly Passengers. It comes ahead of Thanksgiving, where thousands of Americans do prepare to take long journeys to reach their loved ones. The etiquette campaign includes a suggested dress code, keeping control of children, and a lesson in general manners. Take a listen.
Manners don't stop at the gate. Things aren't what they used to be. Some would call it the golden age of travel. Let's bring civility and manners back. Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots? Are you saying please and thank you in general? The golden age of travel begins with you.
I actually remember having an old black and white TV like that. I do. Anyway, tell us more about this campaign, Michael. And is it a good idea, or is it just old-fashioned?
So first of all, I would say it is a good idea. But I would also say that we have to recognize that as much as I think we would all love the golden age of travel to come back, as much as we would enjoy not seeing the person's feet who's sitting next to you, if we're going to take on all of those characteristics again, which we should, then we also need the same space that we had when we were traveling in the 1950s. Right now, we have budget airlines who are looking at maybe having standing seats. So while I agree with the sentiment of Sean P. Duffy, I don't know that rolling it out with an older white man, and he's 54, younger than me, so I can say that he's an older white man. I don't know that that's the way that it should be done. And what I would say, because I know what you're going to ask, is would it be better if it was an older black man? And I would say, no. What they should be doing is having social media influencers looking at, not like this generation is done, but get the next generation. Make sure that the next generation is saying to their parents, you know what, Mom, we shouldn't be going to the airport in our pajamas. We should be not wearing our flip-flops. We should not be wearing shorts. We should take pride in how we look and how we dress when we're traveling. But I also think that what he's talking about is how we should live our lives. Yeah. This isn't just for when you're traveling and when you're asking a flight attendant for another drink. It has to go a little bit further.
Manners make a man. And that is something that a lot of people have forgotten about. And I do think that Michael does have a point when it does come to that. But, Jono, does this border, listen, I'm asking the question, does this border on a nanny state? But let's be honest, you know, something has to be done about these unruly
people. But do you want to be told how to dress or give a lesson in manners?
It's risky territory. It does feel a little bit nanny state. We'd rather they focused on things like, you know, the delays or how to have extra legroom or security queues, but what to wear at the airport seems like it should be down the list of priorities. The reminder to be polite, I think, is fine. I think absolutely manners is something that's forgotten. Chivalry is dead in the water, and I think it needs to come back. But when you come down to telling somebody how they need to dress up on board a flight, I think you then risk getting into murky waters as well. Should you be allowed to wear pyjamas on the flight? Well, you've paid for that ticket. I think there's a level of decorum that's expected depending on what you're flying in and also what class of travel you're in. And I firmly believe that when I was younger, I was educated to believe that always dress for the upgrade that you might get at the airport, which is why, and I remember vividly at 12 years of age being put on a flight in a full suit on, you know...
Sweating.
Yes, I was sweating. As a 12-year-old...
Sweating it out.
In responsible parenting, that was how I was... And I was always educated that, you know, you dress up for a flight, and I still keep that to this day. Yeah. I do judge people when I see them wearing, I'm not going to lie and say I don't, when they wear pyjamas on board the flight. Is it their right? I mean, kind of. They paid for their seat.
Annoying.
I know, and you know, and they're heathens. But at the same time, it's their right. They've bought their ticket as well. And I do always think, and I think for anyone who's flying business or first class, wear what you want. If you want to go in your pajamas, you've bought your seat. You deserve to wear whatever you want. If you want to be comfortable, do what you want. But if you do dress somebody up, you'll act well, and I believe that firmly. Wedding guests are the only exception, but if you dress well, you'll act well.
So I have a different take on this, maybe a little bit more in the thinking that if you go to anywhere that's a public space and you're going to be you're going to be a civilian among the masses, you know, have a bit of respect. Yeah. Like, just have a bit of respect. Put deodorant on, wash your clothes, wear something decent to get on a plane. OK, it can be comfortable. It doesn't have to be tight jeans or, you know, a corset dress like in the Victorian times. But just have a bit of respect. And I do find that right now, we've lost that respect. You know, people walk around the airport in their slippers with these annoying things around, this thing around their neck. You're not on the flight. Take off the cushion. Just... you know, be a bit respectful.
But you have to dress for, again, it's for where you are, and again, it's appropriately dressed. If you're on a Ryanair flight and you're paying, you know, the equivalent of $20 to get on the flight, then that's the equivalent of saying you've gone to a casual bar. You know, you're not going to wear a tuxedo to go to a casual bar. You're going to wear your skivvies. But if you get on an Emirates flight, you pay a little bit more for your money, or a Qantas flight, and you feel a little bit more upmarket and a bit more classy, then maybe you should dress for that. But they've paid the same amount as you've paid, and they, although you think etiquette-wise that should be how you're dressed, they are entitled to dress how they want.
My big question is, you know, every time I get on a plane, kids are really annoying. You know, people take off their shoes. I want to know, are people keeping their kids under control, Michael? Should they be thinking about this? You know?
Yes, they should be. They should be thinking about this, and no, they're not. And I have kids, and I've traveled with kids, and I've lived overseas with kids. My kids are grown now, and so I do judge. And I will 100% give you a dirty look. The issue that I have with parents, and I've written about this, I've written op-eds about how I would pay more for a flight without children.
Me too.
And I got a lot of hate for it. And I will double down on it. And it's not that I don't love kids. I do. I love my kids. I don't love your kids. And I want that to be clear. And what will really bother me, all the more, now I'm getting on the soapbox, what will really bother me even more is when I see parents who are completely oblivious, or they act as though they are, to their child who is acting inappropriate. If you're a parent and you're making an effort to make sure that your child is not disturbing everybody on the flight, I'll give you all the credit and I'll give you a lot of peace. But if you're making no effort to do anything as a parent, as the caregiver, that's when it becomes incredibly frustrating. And too often, people abdicate their role as a parent, and that's where I get really upset.
I think people treat flights as that as well. They kind of think that that's free babysitting for however long the flight is. And on a 7-hour, you know, if you're on a transatlantic flight and it's a 7-hour long-haul flight, frequently, and this is without a shadow of a doubt, I know people who have, you know, sedated their kids many years ago with Calpol. And I think that is the lost art of, you know, I'm not recommending it in current terms, it's a terrible idea, but kids were much more ruly, I think, back in the day. But I think a lot of people see it as kind of a break from the kids. Absolutely. Have a couple of drinks, enjoy the flight, and have no parental responsibility.
I would say this. So I live in Canada. It's a 14-hour flight. So 7 hours is a dream. 14-hour flight, and you're behind one row, and that row has 3 children, and the parent is somewhere else. That's where you're prepared to take things into your own hands.
It's always tricky trying to tell somebody what to do with their kids, though, and trying to tell them how to parent them. And you can't really publicly chastise somebody else's kids either, which
you
is
can.
the issue.
Trust me, you can. You can do it.
What? I've actually done it because I remember I got a flight and the kid was kicking the chair non-stop, and I actually turned around and I said to the mother, "This has been 2 hours.
Yep.
Like, you either sit that child down with the seatbelt on, or I'm going to ask to be moved, because I'm also on the same flight as you." No respect.
It's the idea about noise, for instance. You know, you have a right to listen to your music, for instance, but your right ends when it starts to impinge on my right not to listen to it.
Agreed.
And that's where, especially because we are in such close proximity, we are like cattle on flights. It doesn't matter if you're on Emirates or you're
and I'm
on
not
the
like
Worcester
Jono.
line.
I can't afford first class, so I'm in cattle class. So we are really like cattle, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Israel has killed a senior Hezbollah commander in a rare strike on Beirut's southern suburbs, despite a US and French brokered ceasefire. Hezbollah confirmed that the death of its second-in-command actually happened, calling it the attack a red line, while Lebanon says at least 5 people were killed and dozens were wounded. Esther, this happened over the weekend. The Israeli strikes on Lebanon are nothing new. We have seen them before, if anything, ramping up of late. But striking the capitals is quite significant, isn't it?
It is, and a few months ago, particularly in the wake of the strike, the Israeli strike on Doha that failed to take out the senior Hamas officials that they were targeting, this would have been completely unacceptable. But really, what we're seeing and what's actually happening on the ground have diverged so much that, again, we go back to the sort of managed ambiguity, which is all interested parties have their red lines that are not going to be crossed, and that's entrenched, and particularly how the media is approaching it. So, you know, the neighboring Arab leaders have their red lines for Israel that they're not going to allow to cross, especially in the wake of what happened in Doha. The Americans certainly at the top of this are managing the situation and also have their own red lines for both sides that they're not allowing to cross over a certain line. And certainly Hamas and Israel and the Israel's enemies in the region also have their own red lines. So what we're seeing now is not necessarily a ceasefire, and what a ceasefire actually means, which is a stopping of all hostilities. You're seeing more surgical, smaller skirmishes and attacks that are not enough of a PR disaster to sort of raise the ire of all the parties that are interested, but it's still kind of a continuation of hostility. So I'll give you an example. New Hamas tunnels were discovered in East Rafah over the weekend, and the IDF shot 5 or executed or killed 5 Hamas officials that dared to put their heads above the parapet and come up from these tunnels that were 20 meters underground. Now, that's not a ceasefire in the traditional sense of things, because you're supposed to stop all hostilities. But in the same way, Hamas has also been firing artillery against Israel, all throughout this sort of ceasefire. They've had delays in returning the bodies of the hostages, even though that was one of the conditions for this ceasefire. So you're kind of seeing this blurring of the lines and these drawing of informal rules that allows all parties to kind of tolerate the status quo without leading to an outright sort of break in engagement from either party. And that's the same thing that's happening with Hezbollah. You know, this attack in Beirut traditionally would have received the ire of the international community in a way that, you know, countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia and all of that would just completely disengage with Israel. But because we're now operating in this grey space where the formal hostilities have died down enough for it to be tolerable for all parties to kind of continue some sort of talks or diplomatic relations, then this is what's going to happen. And I suspect this is probably going to be the status quo until some form of more permanent agreement can be agreed upon. And it's quite an uncomfortable place to be, because obviously we don't know what these formal red lines are, but the people behind the negotiating table, the people that know the kind of PR fallout from any outright hostilities, are the ones drawing the rules. And so at the moment, this war, which is still what it is just evolving in a way that's not showing the kind of carnage that we've been seeing for the last 2 years.
And Esther, Sorry, Esther, thank you so much. Rabia, I was just thinking about this because, you know, this is Hezbollah's chief of staff. This is second in command to Hezbollah. They have been weakened significantly over the last few years. And is there likely to be any retaliation at all from Hezbollah? Because I must admit, as of late, they've been pretty quiet.
They have, because as you said, they have been majorly weakened. But this is definitely, this assassination of al-Tabtabai is a big, hard blow for Hezbollah. They even, when they announced his martyrism, as they call it, they hailed him as the greatest jihadist commander that has faced what they described as the Israeli enemy till the last breath. So he is very significant, especially after Hezbollah has lost most of its top commanders, if not all. I think we might see a response, but I highly doubt it's going to be a big retaliation. It will probably be a measured response, probably even delayed. We won't see anything now. Also, sources close to Hezbollah have been saying that apparently there are two opinions, or there's a conflict inside the group. There are two opinions. There are those who want to, send a signal and a response for this assassination. And there are those who believe that it is not the right time and we should refrain, the group should refrain from responding to the assassination. We should not forget that, as you said, Hezbollah has been very, very weakened in the past couple of years, especially, in the summer of 2024 after the Israeli bombings and Israel targeted the top tier,
the pages that was
after the pagers, and then
yeah.
targeting the same area that was targeted, Halt inside the southern suburb of Beirut, which is the stronghold of Hezbollah there. And that's at the time when Nasrallah was killed and so many other commanders. And now, they've lost almost all high-ranking commanders. They also lost their supply routes from Syria after the ousting of the Assad's regime. And I think Hezbollah knows very well that at this stage, if they retaliate, Israel is going to hit, and they're going to hit hard. I don't think Israel is going to stop targeting who they believe are, Hezbollah operatives or terrorists in southern Lebanon or all over Lebanon. I'm not sure that it's going to develop into another war or, a big-scale military confrontation, given the state of Hezbollah militarily right now.
London could introduce a new tourist tax on visitors staying overnight in the UK's capital, following the example of other cities like Paris, New York and also Tokyo. The UK's Chancellor Rachel Reeves is expected to give London's mayor the authority to impose a levy which could raise up to £240 million a year. OK, Esther, let's get into this. You lived and you worked in London exactly like I did. Is this a good idea to raise capital in the capital, basically?
Well, the argument from the likes of the mayor and other cities that are eyeing up this tax with dollar signs in their eyes or pound signs in their eyes is that England is the only country in the G7 that doesn't levy a tourist tax. But they also conveniently forget that it's actually very expensive to be a tourist in England and in places like London. The argument that this is going to help repair some of the wear and tear that is inevitably done by tourists doesn't take into account certain realities, one of which is the fact that the hospitality industry in the UK has been battered relentlessly from years of these strikes, from the increase in national insurance on employers, which has made it more difficult to hire full-time staff. So you have people that are sort of a double whammy of insecure employment in the hospitality industry, but also employers within the hospitality industry finding it difficult to recruit because they just can't afford it. Now you're going to add this tax, which we don't know if it's going to be a progressive tax or if it's a flat fee, which is some of the things that some of the ways that these taxes manifest themselves in other countries like Spain and Croatia, for example. But the overarching point is it's not it's not in the hospitality industry's best interest to make tourism less attractive by making it more expensive, but also it doesn't go to solve the problem of mismanagement in London. It's not going to make tourists any safer. There are many tourists in London and many people who live in London in general who cannot walk around with their phones out, for example, because it's going to get snatched. And you can trust and believe that once it gets snatched, it's never going to get back. You have an increase in antisocial behavior and just general dirtiness in public spaces that obviously all of this money is not going to go to addressing, because even other forms of taxes that don't affect tourists, like the increase in congestion charge, which people like myself have to pay, it's gone up from 15 to 18 pounds. We haven't seen a change in this at all from all the kind of extra revenue that the City of London is raking in. I also think outside of London, you're going to make it a very hard case to make cities like Birmingham more attractive to tourists by making it more expensive. It's not a very attractive place to visit in the first place, and without making it more expensive as well. So while I understand the argument that, you know, this is a way of raising money without it being sort of a step outside of what other countries are doing because it's particularly common, I think you also have to think of what people, not just residents, but also tourists and the hospitality industry are getting in exchange for this. And it's probably nothing. And it's just a huge money grab that the state is facilitating, which is going to make the UK, in my opinion, a less desirable place both to live in and to visit.
And it's so interesting because, Esther, I would echo that. I lived in London, extremely expensive to visit. It's dirty. There's a crime problem. Sadiq Khan, the mayor, has been heavily criticised on all fronts. And also, it's a sad place right now for the cost of living crisis. We've got an upcoming budget. The hospitality sector is extremely concerned about the budget. They don't know if they'll get anything in that budget that could possibly help them. It's just been sort of chaos after chaos, really, since COVID. Rawiya, hospitality hasn't actually recovered. But you visited London recently. Do you think the city should tax people? Are they going to benefit from it? Would you go back if there was a tax?
Well, the thing is, I'm in a different position. First of all, I have a son who studies in London, so I'm going to be going back and forth.
Hi, Rawiya's son.
Regardless, regardless of the tourist tax or not. And I can see that both your point of view comes from a national, I mean, you're both British nationals, if I'm not mistaken, also Esther is. I have a tourist perspective. Right? I visited London in September. I hadn't been to London like for almost 12 or 13 years prior to that, even though I lived in London for a while when I was a student, you know. I never worked there. I saw a huge difference in the city. Honestly, the cleanliness that Esther was talking about, I was surprised and shocked to see garbage bags still on the street, on the same street that I walked for 2-3 days, are still there. And then when I came back, you were telling me that obviously they collect them once a week. I saw Britain in general, but London specifically very different from what I remember in the golden days, let's see, when I used to go there. Having said that, you walk on the streets of London, you would hear other languages way more than you would hear English. And these people, it's obvious, you can tell that they're tourists. I don't think, forcing a tourist levy or a tourist tax on tourists is gonna really affect that much the tourist influx coming into London. It is one of the most attractive, touristic areas or cities to go. I think that it will always have tourists. Now, okay, even if it does not affect the number of tourists coming in, I don't know if it's going to be beneficial for the city or not. As you said, that's something maybe you would know more about. But in whichever case, I don't think, even if it is, there's the tourist tax, I don't think it's going to affect. It's not.
I think just to take it out, just to blow it up a little bit as well. Like, yeah, London is a historical sort of artifact, and it's always going to have tourists. It's still a global city, and it's very important. It's a very important financial center, not just for the country, but for the world more broadly. But when you zoom out and you look at cities like Bristol or Manchester or Birmingham or Edinburgh, which I love, or Glasgow, which I love a bit less, then you kind of have a harder argument to make because, yes, London does suck up a lot of the economic energy in the UK, but with the economy basically trotting around of 0.1% growth year after year, which is basically non-existent or anemic growth at best. I think things like this just make it that much harder. You're already battering an industry that is the first to take a hit when there's a new budget that calls for tax rises, particularly on employers. Hospitality and kind of just entertainment in general is one of the first things that goes when households are reevaluating their budget and realizing what they can splash on. People would rather spend money on food than hospitality. It's just obvious. And I think that's one of the things that really gets mixed up in this conversation. It's just London is just one part of it. London is also a commuter city. London is also, if you want to travel in Europe more broadly, a lot of people from places like the US, for example, start in London and then go to places like, Paris or Prague or Budapest or all of that. So there's that to factor in. And of course, that won't necessarily get affected if you're staying in a Marriott hotel near Heathrow. But it's the country more broadly that we have to consider. There's so many gems around the country that are already difficult and finding it hard to soak up any of those tourism dollars. And this is just one of the things that make it more difficult. I know in the case of London, it's just going to go down the funnel, the black hole of Sadiq Khan's mismanagement. But I think in cities like Birmingham and Bristol and Manchester and all of these places, we really have to consider whether it's actually going to do more harm than good by just discouraging local tourists, which make up the bulk of tourism in less known places and parts of the UK.
I think, if I may just add one thing, I think it's also gonna depend on how greedy the London municipality is, because if they apparently
they're greedy, Rawi.
They are greedy, yes. Because if they charge just £1, basically £1 per night, and it's a set amount,
yes,
they are going to raise 91 million per year. But if they do it as a percentage, then yes, that's going to be substantial. It's going to raise them a lot more money, up to £240 million, but it's going to be substantial from, a substantial percentage.
But like Esther did say a little bit earlier, we've got to wrap this up now, but like Esther did say earlier, it's the mismanagement that's happening in London now. So even the money that they're doing for congestion charge, for ULEZ, they're paying everyone to do everything in London, and it's still not any better.
And they're not doing much.
Yeah. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, with President Trump's peace plan for Ukraine appearing to make headway, we ask how close could the warring parties be to signing an agreement? And how much has the plan been modified during the course of the last few days? Plus, we'll be examining President Trump's executive order, which designates some branches of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organisations. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on Ukraine. Could we finally be approaching an end to the war? Well, after nearly 4 years of fighting, President Donald Trump's administration has unveiled a 28-point peace plan, though several sticking points remain. Well, one major concern raised by Ukraine was the proposal, that the proposal favoured Russia and that it would require Kyiv to give up territory. However, following intense negotiations, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has agreed to the US brokered framework. Well, President Trump's overseas envoy, Steve Witkoff, will now hold talks at the Kremlin next week as the US continues to push for a deal. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Yuri Sak, who is a former advisor to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. He joins us now from Kyiv. Yuri, let's just start before we discuss the original and updated 28-point plan. What is the latest in Kyiv today? What's been the situation on the battleground as well?
Good afternoon, Tom. In Kyiv, the situation is very difficult, I should say, because during the past months, Ukraine overall and Kyiv in particular have been the target of massive combined missile and drone attacks. And as a result, a lot of our energy infrastructure has been damaged badly. This means that the inhabitants of Kyiv are regularly experiencing power cuts, which of course makes it very difficult for people, especially families with children and elderly. And of course, every time such an attack happens, just like the 2 nights before, Russian drones and missiles hit residential areas, killing civilians. In the latest attack, 7 people in Kyiv were killed. Oftentimes they are covered in the rubble, and it takes hours and hours for emergency services to actually dig out the bodies of these people. So it's pretty bad. But we're still standing, we're still resilient, and if you ask anyone in the streets of Kyiv whether people are prepared to give up and capitulate, the answer will be a resounding no.
Thanks for bringing us the latest there, Yuri. And of course, Ukraine and its people have endured 3 years and 9 months of this kind of violence. Let's talk about efforts to bring about an end to the violence. There is, of course, this 28-point plan, which has now, we understand, been revised to some extent. President Trump said yesterday it was having some fine-tuning. What's your understanding of how the plan has changed?
I think we need to understand that what was presented to the world a few days ago as a 28-point plan was just a draft. It was a framework that was the baseline from which the parties have started negotiations, or rather restarted the negotiation process. And on Sunday, Ukrainian side has met with the US counterparties in Geneva, and they have worked point by point on all of these proposed clauses of the prospective peace plan. And of course, they have identified successfully the most contentious issues. And we have seen that both parties have emerged from those negotiations very optimistic. And we have heard Marco Rubio saying that it's been the most constructive meeting since the negotiating process began. Good signs of optimism from President Donald Trump, as well as from President Zelensky, who has said again that Ukraine will never be an obstacle to peace, and our Ukrainian team is working 24/7 to ensure that what we have as a result of these talks is a doable, efficient and just document that will result in a lasting peace, lasting in a sense that we must not allow Russia to reinvade Ukraine sometimes down the line.
And does it feel to some people in Ukraine like the country is being forced into a deal that perhaps isn't the best deal that could be achieved?
The mood of the Ukrainian people, of course, is different, and you can come across different evaluations of what is happening. Some people feel even betrayed, but some people feel optimistic. The general stance of our government and our president is that we continue to work with the American side. We count on their support. We see that they understand that there are red lines that should not be crossed. And this concerns, of course, issues such as the territorial concessions to which Ukraine can never agree. These concerns issues such as the size of the Ukrainian military, which again is something, it is our sovereign right. Any other nation in the world has the sovereign right to self-defense. So having army of the size that we require facing the threat that we face is an understandable red line. And there are other issues like, for example, the war crimes that have been committed, hundreds of thousands of war crimes that have been committed by Russian Federation. I mean, of course, we will never be able to just forget about them because, these war crimes are heinous, they happen regularly, and sooner or later Russia will have to be brought to account for everything they have done.
Okay, so you're making it sound like Ukraine's original red lines are still the same red lines as they always have been. Have they shifted at all?
Well, they have, of course, because if you, for example, look back 2 years from now, we were saying that for us, the minimum requirement was the retaking of all of our territories. But look, we are realistic. We understand that, the balance of powers is such at the moment along the front lines that neither party is capable of moving the front line considerably. And understanding this realistic situation on the ground means that our position has shifted. We agree now that, okay, ceasefire needs to happen along the existing front line. This does not mean that we will ever recognize the legality of Russian title to those illegally annexed territories, but at the same time, we understand that we are not in a position to require all of Ukrainian territory to be returned to us at this stage. So our position has shifted. We have shown that we are flexible. We have shown that we are realistic. And we will now have to see that Russians are capable as well of this.
Right, and we might see more because the US presidential advisor, Steve Witkoff, is due to visit Moscow, we think, next week. He's going to have talks with President Putin, accompanied by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. What does that tell us about how close we are to reaching some sort of a conclusion here?
I would like to be, as millions of Ukrainians, to be optimistic and hope that this war can be ended within the next, hopefully, couple of months. But at the same time, looking at what Russia continues to do and looking at even the official statements by the Russians, and just today we have heard the press secretary of the Kremlin, Peskov, say that don't hold your breath and don't be overly optimistic about the quick ending of this war. So we have to work very hard on this peace agreement, and at the same time we have to continue to make Russia pay for the crime of aggression by destroying their oil industry so that they cannot fund their war machinery. We will continue to speak to our partners so they impose more sanctions. And at the end of the day, Russia needs to be in a position where they have no other choice but to sit down at the negotiating table and in good faith agree to the terms that will be offered to them.
Okay, one thing we've heard from some European leaders is a notion that it's very well to end the war, but the important thing is not to sow the seeds for any future conflicts. And do you think there is a risk here that a hurried end to this war, a hurried deal, could undermine this notion of bringing about a lasting peace? Is that a real risk?
That risk is very, very real, and this is why we insist, the Ukrainian government insists, that before anything is signed, it has to be very well thought through, and security guarantees must be part of that arrangement, must be part of that peace agreement, because we will never, ever trust Russia, who has invaded us on so many occasions, and we understand very well that Russia's ultimate goal is not Donbass. Their ultimate goal is not control a few more Ukrainian territories. Their ultimate goal is wiping out Ukraine from the world map, destroying and annihilating our statehood. So this means that we will, going forward, even after the peace agreement is signed, we will continue to develop our defense industry. We will continue to partner with other European and world countries to produce efficient modern weapon systems. And of course, there are other types of security guarantees that have to be envisaged if we want to ensure a lasting peace, a peace that will not be fragile and it will not fall apart, a few months down the line.
One of the interesting comments that I saw, just staying on a similar theme, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said, Ukraine's security is Europe's security. Ukraine remains a first step in a much bigger game. What do you think she meant by that?
Well, she meant by that of course, Russia, if it is allowed to have its way in Ukraine, it will not probably stop in Ukraine because the Kremlin doesn't abandon its neo-imperial ambitions, and the Kremlin wants to spread its sphere of influence, which is the same as their sphere of fear, further into the Western countries. And, we have already seen Russian drones entering European airspace. We know that Russia has plans for the Baltic states. So European Union and European continent is strong for only as long as Ukraine is strong. This is why we have so much support from the European countries in these difficult times.
Last week, I had a memorable interview with one of President Putin's former spokespeople, a man by the name of Sergei Markov. And he told me that everyone in Ukraine wants to be Russian. How would you respond to such a comment?
I have had, unfortunately, a number of times an opportunity to debate certain contentious issues with Mr. Markov on different platforms. And I would just not even grace his comments with my answer, because everything that comes out of his mouth is propaganda based on falsities.
Okay. I want to ask you about another issue. It appears, and this is according to a leak from Bloomberg, and I'm sure you're aware, that President Putin's former policy advisor, a man by the name of Yuri Ashakov, has been given coaching on how to sell the peace plan to President Trump. And that coaching came from none other than Steve Witkoff. I wonder what the reaction to that news has been in Ukraine. Has it undermined trust with Washington?
Of course, this came as a shock. This appeared in our news last night. And on the one hand, we don't want to interfere with the negotiating tactics of our strategic partner, United States of America. And of course, we understand that, and your viewers understand that, what we see finally on the television screens is only a tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of work put in behind the scenes, which makes these diplomatic efforts move forward. So there is one way to look at those phone calls between Mr. Witkoff and Ushakov, that it's part of the diplomatic track. It's what happens, Mr. Witkoff probably was given a task by Donald Trump to make this peace agreement happen, and he's trying, to the best of his abilities to ensure that he achieves success. But one thing we are worried about, that we don't want this to be to put Ukraine at a disadvantage.
Okay, just to wrap up our conversation, Mr. Sack, after 3 years and 9 months of efforts, of peace plans, of summits, and so on, President Trump sounding optimistic about this plan, does it feel to you like this is the closest we've ever got to some sort of a conclusion to the war?
One thing we know is that Donald Trump does have cards. He sometimes is known to have said that we don't have the cards, but we know that he does have the cards. And we hope that when he says that he's very optimistic about a very quick ending to this war, and, we hope that he is almost ready to use his cards, which is in line with his formula, peace through strength. So let's wait and see. But I will repeat that as far as the Russian position is concerned, we are very skeptical. And unfortunately, there is always a risk that Russian maximalistic demands can derail the peace process, regardless of the intentions of the White House.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Yuri Sak, former advisor to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's get some more analysis. We can speak now to Kurt Volker, who's a former US Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations and former US Ambassador to NATO. He joins us from Virginia in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, Ambassador. Let's start by talking about that 28-point plan that surfaced last week. Some Europeans and some US officials called it a list of Russian positions and not a serious proposal. What went through your mind when you first saw that 28-point plan last week?
Yes, exactly. My first reaction was, here we go again. We have adopting Russian proposals, putting some pressure on Ukraine. This is clearly not going to go anywhere. The Ukrainians can't accept it. The Europeans can't accept it. And we'll end up with amending this. We'll fix this somehow. And then Russia will refuse to accept it. And then we're right back at trying to figure out how to pressure Putin to have a ceasefire. So, one more round, just like we had at the Alaska summit, all over again.
Right. So you think, in fact, Ukraine has played its cards quite skillfully by not showing any resistance to this plan, perhaps in the knowledge, as you say, that the plan was never going to see the light of day. Is that roughly what you think the calculation might have been in Kyiv?
Well, I think they know that rather than confronting Trump and arguing with the United States, it's better to say we're always willing to talk, we're always willing to negotiate, we're ready to meet anytime, anywhere. Let's get to work on this. And that's exactly what they did. And Rubio was dispatched to go do that. And Rubio could see this plan for what it was and knew that it had to be adjusted. So I think this was all very well played to take something that was unacceptable and turn it into something acceptable that puts the onus back on the Russians to agree to a ceasefire or not.
Right. So now that it's acceptable to Ukraine, and as President Trump said yesterday, it's been, quote, fine-tuned. What you're saying now is it's now become unacceptable to the Russians, and therefore they're going to reject it outright, do you think?
Yes, I do. I think from what we heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov this morning, I don't expect them to actually engage on any negotiations. I think they're going to say, no, we were prepared to work off of the original plan, but we're not prepared to work off of this one. Just no negotiating. That's what I expect from them.
So Steve Witkoff, who's going to Russia next week, we're told, will be at the Kremlin holding talks with Jared Kushner, according to reports. Are they going to be wasting their time?
Well, look, I suppose it's always good to go and talk, and hopefully they begin to learn. The fact that Witkoff had these conversations with Russian officials as if Russia's a partner and Ukraine is an object that we just have to, divide up ourselves, that is clearly not the right way to be understanding what's going on in the world. And hopefully with a plan that President Trump, President Zelensky, European leaders are all comfortable with, to then get a dose of this is all unacceptable from Russia, maybe that will be a little bit of a wake-up call.
Right. You're alluding to this leaked report by Bloomberg, which says that Putin's foreign policy advisor was given some coaching and some prepping by Steve Witkoff on how to sell this plan to President Trump. I assume that's what you're alluding to. And
yes.
And one Republican, in fact, by the name of Don Bacon, who's a Nebraska Republican, said that leak proves that Witkoff favors the Russians. And that's coming from a Republican. I mean, what's been the reaction there amongst your colleagues and former colleagues to this news that Steve Witkoff has been helping the Russians to pitch their plan back to America? I mean, it's very unusual, isn't it?
It certainly is. And I don't know. I haven't spoken to anyone this morning yet about their views on this, but my guess is that no one is surprised that Witkoff has adopted a Russian view of this from the beginning. And so it's no surprise that he's talking with them about what the plan should be and how to pitch it. What is really striking to me is that, as I said, Russia is the aggressor here. Russia is killing civilians. They're seizing territory from another country. They're abducting children. They're erasing Ukrainian language and culture wherever they can. And this proposal acts as though, well, Russia is the partner of the United States, or the U.S. is Russia's partner, and Ukraine is the problem to be limited and to be carved up and to be put in its place. That is just a fundamentally wrong way of understanding what's going on here and a wrong way of understanding American interests. Now, what's interesting is I don't think President Trump was ever bought into this plan. I think he just wants peace, and he wants there to be a process for how to get there, and he doesn't really care about the details. So with Witkoff and maybe also Vice President Vance saying, well, let's, here's a plan. I think Trump's view is, yeah, give it a try. And then when it encountered so much resistance from not only the Ukrainians, but Europeans and Republicans in the Congress and in the Senate and experts, the media, everyone saw right through this. Trump said, well, it's not the final plan, but there will be adjustments. And, the deadline's not really a deadline because, if we're making progress, deadlines come and go. And so then he dispatches Rubio to go fix it. And Rubio does that in his meetings with the Ukrainians and European leaders. And now it looks as though emerging from that is a reasonable plan that people can live with. And this is where now Russia's going to say, oh, well, we can't live with that.
Okay, we mentioned quite a lot of the well-known names in this discussion. They've been names we've talked about on this channel for several months, the Steve Witkoffs, the Jared Kushners, the Marco Rubios. But there's one name you haven't mentioned so far, and I want to ask you about him. The US Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll. Perhaps less well-known internationally than some of those other people we've talked about. But he seems to have been playing a pretty central role in brokering this agreement. How important do you think his role has been?
Well, I think it is helpful. It's good to have someone who is expert in military affairs, which he is, who can talk to the Ukrainians. I think that he will observe that the Ukrainians have done a lot with their own technology, their own drones, their own electronic warfare, that they've been able to hold off the Russians pretty effectively. So I think he'll gain some appreciation for that from his meetings. As a former military guy, he's not going to be a political leader. He's not going to be making decisions about what the U.S. policy is. That's only Donald Trump, really. But military guys tend to be very direct and very straight about representing what the political leadership wants. And so I think he'll do that effectively. But again, I have to stress the only decision maker here is President Trump. And this is why you have a Witkoff plan that goes off the rails. Why then Trump steps in, you get Rubio, he pulls it back. Now you have more talks with Witkoff and Driscoll. But ultimately, the fundamentals have not changed. The fundamentals are that Vladimir Putin started this war and continues this war. And if you want the war to end, it's going to be Vladimir Putin who has to decide to have a ceasefire, because nobody else wants the war. The Ukrainians are ready for a ceasefire, Europe, the United States. It's only Putin, and Putin has to be the one to call for a ceasefire or to accept a ceasefire. And he'll only do that if he feels that he is facing very difficult financial and military choices. Right now, he doesn't feel that.
And Ambassador, when we talk about all these different names and these different approaches to this same issue, are you getting the sense that there are some divisions and some, perhaps, for lack of a better word, some tensions in the ranks of the Trump administration on, how to solve this problem and who is ultimately going to get the ball across the line?
Yeah, I think so. And it boils down to a couple of issues. One of them is Marco Rubio is confirmed by the Senate and nominated by President Trump as the Secretary of State. He is actually responsible for U.S. foreign affairs by statute, even though, the reality can always vary person to person. But here you have Steve Witkoff, who has no confirmed role, but is a friend of President Trump, who steps in and tries to do things with the Russians. And Witkoff has no idea about the culture, the history, the language, the diplomacy. He's never been to Ukraine. And so the plan that he comes up with is drafted by the Russians and has gross mistakes, errors, naivetes. It's fully one-sided. It says things such as, in one place, there'll be a recognition that parts of Ukraine are de facto controlled by Russia. Well, that's a non sequitur. If they're de facto controlled, it means you don't recognize it in diplomatic terms. If you recognize it, you are legitimizing it as being Russian, which we should never do. So even that was just a a fundamental flaw in the plan, and there are many others. So I think this causes tension between some of the actors in the Trump administration, whether there's expertise or non-expertise, whether there is official responsibility or informal activity. And we saw this also. I would just mention that the special envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, announced at the same time that this plan came out that he is not planning to stay on in his role after January. So I think that is also a reflection of the fact that the guy who's supposed to be responsible for this is not actually given the responsibility.
Right, and actually, interestingly enough, last week we spoke to a former US ambassador to Ukraine on the day that the 28-point plan came to light. And his initial reaction to it was that this was fake news and that this was could not possibly be an official government position from the United States. I mean, is that roughly what you thought?
No, I believed it. I fully believe that this is what Woodcock and others are capable of, but it wouldn't remain the U.S. position, that this was something that was cooked up with Dmitriev, Putin's envoy, but it was going to fizzle out because it's not something that anyone could reasonably support. So it'll get changed, and we'll be back where we were again. And that is, in fact, exactly how it's playing out.
Does it feel like now is the right time to be making a deal, or do you think perhaps there's an argument for leaving this for a while and perhaps giving Ukraine a slightly stronger position to negotiate from, as opposed to the week when President Zelensky is embroiled in a corruption scandal in the ranks of his own cabinet, and perhaps approach it at a slightly different point in time? What do you think about that?
Well, I think what you're getting at is that the conditions have to be right for the Russians to want to end the war. Ukraine already wants to end the war. They never wanted the war to begin with. They were attacked. But to get the Russians to stop, you got to get the conditions for them to want that. And we haven't ever done that. We need to ramp up the pressure on their finances, their economy, deliver the longer range weapons that Ukraine can use to go after military sites deep inside Russia. Those are things that we have still not done. But if we do those things, if we increase the pressure on Putin, it is the time to press him and say, look, this is bad already for you, and it's going to keep getting worse unless you do a deal or unless you have a ceasefire. So do this now. I also think that we will end up with a ceasefire but no agreement. Putin will never back off of his maximalist demands to eliminate Ukraine as an independent state. But he could possibly agree to a ceasefire where we're not pursuing this by military means anymore. And that's what I think we should be aiming at. Change the conditions, make it harder for Putin, starve the finances, and then also call for an immediate ceasefire.
So just to wrap up this conversation, I mean, President Trump sounds very optimistic about this plan, and he thinks that, perhaps we're the closest we've ever been to ending this war. I mean, it really doesn't sound like you share that optimism in the slightest.
I don't. No, I don't. I think it's good for Rubio to be talking this up as progress. You don't want Trump to conclude that the Ukrainians are obstructing progress. So you want to think there's progress. And for President Trump to be talking it up, hopefully that raises the stakes on Putin in terms of his just rejecting it outright, that maybe he won't just reject it outright. But that being said, I don't buy it. I think that this is not real progress, and Putin, because real progress would depend on Putin being willing to end the war, and we simply don't see that.
Okay, we can leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. Kurt Volker, former US Special Representative for Ukraine and negotiations, and former US Ambassador to NATO. Thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Michael Carpenter, who's a former US ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe under President Biden, and now a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. He joins us from Washington. Ambassador Carpenter, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. I'd like to start by asking you about what's changed since we first heard about that 28-point plan. Reports of it surfaced sometime last week. What went through your mind when you first heard about it, and how do you think it has changed since it first entered the public domain?
Well, the original 28-point plan was quite extraordinary in the sense that it was a document that was completely lopsided in support of Putin's maximalist demands. It read like a Russian document. There were obviously a few points in there that did not seem like they were entirely pro-Russian, but on the whole, the document was heavily skewed in favor of Russia's position. And as such, it was obvious would be completely unacceptable, not just to the Ukrainians, but to all European countries, with the possible exception of Viktor Orban's Hungary, which did in fact support that original proposal. Since then, of course, it's gone through a number of changes, and now we have a document that has been modified with the support of Britain, the Germans, and the French, which is more, I would say, balanced, although probably at the end of the day unacceptable to Putin.
Right, I was going to say, if it's been redacted to that extent, I mean, what are the Russians going to say about this? Will they accept such a heavily revised version? Or is this document simply going to go back and forth for quite some time to come?
Well, I think eventually this document is going to be buried, and I don't think it's going to serve as the basis for a peace deal. And I've been saying this for a long time because I just don't think that the fundamentals align here. I don't think there's a proposal that will simultaneously meet with Russia's demands and with Ukraine's demands. I just don't think that's possible, for the very simple reason that I think Putin wants to be able to preserve the option of reattacking Ukraine at some point in the future. Because for Putin, if there's peace, and if Ukraine or rump Ukraine is able to integrate with the European Union and has some modicum of peace and stability and democracy, that is a strategic defeat for Vladimir Putin. And by the same token, I think Volodymyr Zelensky is unable to agree to anything that does not provide those security guarantees, rock solid security guarantees, which are not envisaged in any of these plans, that would allow Ukraine to integrate with the European Union and have peace. So between those two camps, I just don't see how there's a middle ground.
Okay. I mean, do you think the Trump administration and everyone in Washington is on the same page here? Because, sitting from where I am on the other side of the world, it looks like there are some differences of opinion on the best way forward. Even at the very highest level, people did seem to be quite taken by surprise by the 28-point plan we were just talking about. Do you think everyone is singing from the same song sheet here?
Well, no, clearly they're not. And clearly there are differences, in fact, stark differences that have emerged from rival camps inside the Trump administration. I think the most important point, however, is that President Trump himself endorsed the original 28-point plan that was worked out by his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, together with Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev. So the fact that Trump himself endorsed it, I think, is very telling. But if we're to believe what's being written in the press, then it appears that Witkoff is not just a surrogate for Trump, but has been working very closely with Jared Kushner and with the vice president's office, or potentially even with Vice President Vance himself, suggesting that the weight of the Trump administration supported this very pro-Russian proposal. The outliers, if you will, in Washington are Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Those two have been much more skeptical of Putin and wanting to impose costs to leverage a negotiation that is more even-handed. But they appear to be outliers. And as I said, Trump himself endorsed the original 28-point plan. And I think that is the most important data point to take away from this discussion.
Ambassador, I want to ask you about a leak that Bloomberg has published. They say that President Putin's former foreign policy advisor, Yuri Ushakov, was briefed and coached in a way by Steve Witkoff on how to win over President Trump's support for this peace plan. The White House was asked about this, and they said this is standard negotiating procedure. In your experience of these matters, is that standard negotiating procedure?
No, not at all. I mean, it's unusual for an American to be coaching a foreign interlocutor, in this case, an adversary, one of America's primary adversaries, in fact, on how to approach the president. Now, that said, there are times where we have discussed with foreign interlocutors, and I've done this myself on numerous occasions, the framing for a future conversation, either a phone call or a meeting in the White House. That is normal. But putting words into a foreign head of state's mouth on how to approach one's own boss, one's own principal, is a little bit unusual. And of course, the fact of this leak is also very unusual because it must be coming, I would suspect, either from the United States or from Russia.
Right, and if it comes from Russia, I mean, what's their objective here? Because, I mean, reading between the lines, I mean, there are some trust issues already between the United States and their European allies. And such a conversation and such a set of circumstances is only likely to broaden the gulf in trust between the two sides, isn't it?
I think that's right. I frankly, I don't see much of a Russian motive unless it was some sort of a personal vendetta against either Yuri Ushakov or against most likely Kirill Dmitriev. But I think that's unlikely. I think more likely is that this came from the American side. And then you have to ask the same question, you know, why? Probably from someone inside the administration who was appalled by the substance of the 28-point plan. But that's just guesswork. At this point, we don't know.
I mean, European leaders are clearly very uneasy about all of this. We've heard European leaders saying that this plan rewards Russian aggression, or words to that effect. Are they right?
No, absolutely, they're right. The original 28-point plan would have given Russia not just territory that it has conquered by force, violating all norms and international law in order to do so, but it would have also given Russia territory that Ukraine currently controls. And it would have neutered Ukraine's military, making it impossible for Ukraine to defend itself against future Russian attacks. I mean, this was a capitulation plan, and those who say that are not being hyperbolic. That this is truly a plan that would have sold out Ukraine to the Russians. It had all the elements that they wanted. Yes, there was some language there about security guarantees. It was very superficial, very flimsy, unlikely ever to be treated seriously by the Ukrainians. And so, yeah, it's kind of shocking that this is a plan that was endorsed by the president and vice president of the United States of America.
And why do you think, I mean, there is this perception, and you can correct me if you disagree, I mean, there is a perception that this is all being done in a rather hurried manner, and that, in fact, the timing right now, when you look at it from Ukraine's perspective, really isn't ideal. President Zelensky's been dealing with a corruption scandal in his cabinet on the front line. You know, things aren't looking too good for Ukraine at this particular moment. Wouldn't it be more prudent, given that the conflict will freeze during the winter months anyway, to use the time available, i.e. the time when the conflict will be frozen, to perhaps thrash out a rather better deal? What do you think of that?
Well, I'm not sure that the conflict will entirely freeze during the winter months. Yes, the battlefield becomes more transparent when there's snow on the ground and there's no foliage. But I think the incremental gains that Russia has eked out over the course of the last few months could continue. Ukraine could also try to launch some sort of a localized counteroffensive somewhere. I think it's unlikely. I think you're generally right that it will be more or less static. But I think whoever wanted to push this plan right now probably was taking advantage of the fact that Zelensky is weakened by the corruption scandal, which touched on individuals very close to him personally. And so that was probably deliberate in my view. I don't know because Steve Witkoff was doing the negotiating with the Russian side. Was Witkoff, was this part of the plan or was it just coincidence? I can't say for sure, but certainly Zelensky does seem a little bit more embattled right now. But look, at the end of the day, he's not going to agree to something that sells out Ukrainian sovereignty. because he'll have a mutiny on his hands back home if he does. And he knows that very well. So not that he would do it anyway, but, he's not going to sell out his country's sovereignty just because this is an opportune moment for the other side.
Do you think he'll still be the president of Ukraine after the war has finished?
Well, that's a question that's very difficult for me to answer. There's the Churchill example of wartime leaders who have been widely admired and who have successfully prosecuted a very difficult situation during a time of war, who then, when peace comes around, are discarded in favor of new leaders. Zelensky does now have some baggage in terms of this corruption scandal, in terms of some of his previous dealings with the anti-corruption agencies in Ukraine. But whether he is reelected to a second term or whether another candidate is successful, it's very hard to predict because that's a long ways off. And there's so many variables that come into play between now and then.
Well, let's talk about pressure on the Russian side. Clearly they're making small incremental gains, but at an enormous human cost. And then when you look at the economy, there are a couple of indicators that would suggest they are feeling some pain from this war and the sanctions that have been imposed on them. On that front, has anything been painful enough to perhaps force the Russian hand?
No, not at this point in time. Unfortunately, Western sanctions have a long history of being performative and of truly being decisive. And a lot of analysts and a lot of just lay observers of the situation conclude that sanctions are ineffective as policy tools. And as currently employed, that may be correct, but not in a general sense, because there certainly are steps the United States could take, particularly with regards to secondary sanctions on China, which is a major consumer of Russian oil. That would cause lots of pain in the Russian economy. Similarly, in the early stages of the war, we could have taken much more drastic measures, both on Russia's financial sector and its energy sector, but chose not to for various reasons. And so there is still plenty of headroom to apply more sanctions on Russia and to really cripple the Russian economy. I think Scott Bessent, actually, the Treasury Secretary, made a comment a few months ago where he said the United States could cripple the Russian economy if it wanted to. And he's absolutely right.
Okay, so just to wrap up this conversation, how would you characterize the current peace effort, assuming it is signed by both sides? Is it, in a way, handing the Russians a victory?
It's a little bit of a PR victory for the Russians because it shows just how close the White House is to their position on how this war ought to end. And so, yes, I think in the information space, Russia comes away with, a notch in their column. However, I do think that this proposal ping-pongs back and forth, and ultimately it's going to be up to the Europeans if they want to take the initiative away from the United States and actually provide Ukraine with a reparations loan and the resources to be able to defend Ukrainian territory for the years to come, or whether they sit on the sidelines, as they have been for the last 10 plus months of the Trump administration. So the ball is really in the Europeans' court right now. I don't think this proposal as currently drafted or as amended is going to go anywhere.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Michael Carpenter, former U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation under President Biden. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure.
Now, the United States says it will designate certain branches of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations. Well, President Trump has signed an executive order imposing broad travel and economic restrictions, reviving efforts he pursued during his first term. Well, the measures will target branches of the movement in Egypt, Lebanon and Jordan, with President Trump claiming that the Jordanian branch has long supported Hamas. Well, this makes the United States the latest in a long list of countries, amongst them Egypt, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, to outlaw the movement, which was founded during the 1920s. Well, let's get more now from Mick Mulroy, who is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. He joins us from Montana in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, designating certain chapters or branches of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations, how significant is this step?
So, Tom, it is a significant step. Inside the State Department, there is a ability to be designated a foreign terrorist organization, and it has three basic criteria. The first is that it's an organization, right? So you have to be able to identify it and essentially nail it down. It does have to be conducting terrorist attacks, and in the U.S., it has to be either geared toward American citizens or U.S. interests. Of course, the last category can be broadly interpreted. And that, as you mentioned correctly, gives the U.S. the ability to do things like travel restrictions and sanctions. It doesn't necessarily mean military action, which has been something that's been conflated and talked about during the issues with Venezuela right now.
Okay, for people who don't know, the Muslim Brotherhood was founded about 100 years ago in the 1920s in Egypt. And that raises the question, why 100 years after this organization was founded, has the Trump administration decided now is the time to crack down? Has there been an event or a particular issue that's prompted this, do you think?
Well, of course, we did see Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, come to the United States recently. It might have been something that they were pushing for the United States to do. If the United States does this, it obviously will have a significant impact on these chapters. This is kind of a broad organization with different chapters. It's not necessarily all unified, but for certain chapters that are designated, this will make it very difficult for them to raise money, right? So any organization, including a terrorist organization, if that's how the U.S., and that is how the U.S. is going to view these certain chapters, raise money. That's how they survive. So this does give them the ability. It might be diplomatic pressure from Saudi Arabia, potentially from the UAE. That's speculation on my part. The other potential is that the intelligence said that several chapters were conducting terrorist attacks, and that the White House and the State Department deemed them as a contrary to U.S. national interest, therefore fitting the statute requirements that we already talked about.
Okay, since you mentioned the money, how much money does the Muslim Brotherhood have, and where does it get it from?
So I don't know how much they collect, and I imagine it's done by individual chapters, but certainly in the United States, there would be a means to collect money for these chapters. If they're not designated, obviously, as a terrorist organization, then there shouldn't be any restriction. If they are, then that would be material support to a terrorist organization, which in and of itself could be considered a crime, could get severe restrictions, penalties, financial penalties, and essentially that group could be banned from using the banking system, for example, or banned from travel, and potentially have a Department of Justice investigation opened on them. So the designation, although it doesn't include the authorized use of military force from a State Department designation, it does carry a lot of consequences financially and diplomatically.
Okay, the Muslim Brotherhood has terrorist status in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. I mean, are there any countries where they are perhaps more warmly viewed or more viewed in a more friendly way? Who's supporting them?
Yeah, so that's one of the issues, is there are chapters in countries that we have strong diplomatic relationships with. For example, Jordan, who is a great partner of the United States. How this would change our relationship with those countries is unclear. If they have a faction of their political spectrum that is deemed a foreign terrorist organization chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood, how does the U.S. then go about carrying out normal diplomatic relationship with the government writ large? That's a question I don't know the answer to, but certainly that is something that we're going to have to grapple with here in the United States to determine how that will be done, because it's just simply not the case normally where you would have what I would say a traditional terrorist organization like Al-Qaeda being a substantial part of a foreign partner's government. So that is going to have to be looked at. I don't know the specific designations of the chapters, so maybe it's not as important as I'm making it out to be. But if that is the case, it's going to have to be addressed on just how the diplomatic relationships would change.
Right. So clearly the Muslim Brotherhood is a thorn in the side of a lot of countries around the world. And we've talked about countries in the Middle East, obviously the United States with this new executive order. Earlier this year, President Macron in France ordered his government to draw up some proposals to counter the influence of the Muslim Brotherhood and the spread of its influence there. I mean, that's not quite the same as banning it or deeming it to be a foreign terrorist organization. Does that sound like France and Europe in general being perhaps a little bit too soft on this kind of organization and perhaps a little naive?
Well, it really does come down to what the intelligence says. If they are a traditional political organization that's not advocating for violence, then essentially in a free democracy, that should be taken into account. I don't know what it is that this U.S. State Department's looking at now, if it indicates that they are advocating openly for violence or they're supporting groups that do, then that would indicate the need for this foreign terrorist organization, and perhaps Europe should review the same information, which is generally shared between allies like the United States and our European countries. If that's not the case, then I guess it would be more appropriate to simply watch and observe and see if it gets to that level. And it's not just specific to the Muslim Brotherhood. That would be any organization that openly advocates for violence or political means. But I don't know what the Europeans are looking at or specifically what the U.S. is looking at. It could have came from diplomatic pressure. It could have came from intelligence information or a combination of both.
Again, how much support do we think the Muslim Brotherhood has been giving to Hamas over the years?
So that's the question that I think is most acute. I don't know. I haven't been in government to look at classified reports for many years. But I do believe that those that are might have been looking at that. If you provide material support, which obviously finances a group like Hamas, which is clearly a terrorist organization, then you are a material supporter, and that is against the law in most countries, and it would definitely earn you a spot on a foreign terrorist organization list. So I don't know if that's accurate, but if it is, it would indicate that that is the intelligence part of the calculation that went into making this designation.
Okay, and just how much influence does the Muslim Brotherhood have around the world? I mean, clearly there are places in the United States, pockets in the United States that have centers for Muslim people to attend. I mean, is there a feeling that perhaps some of those centers could be funded by or used by the Muslim Brotherhood? Do you think that's part of what President Trump is getting at here?
Well, as you mentioned, Tom, the organization is very old. It's had influence, particularly in Egypt, substantial influence. Some would say that they also advocate for the jihadist form of terrorism. To the extent that that is, perhaps it's certain chapters, perhaps it's people using the cover of Muslim Brotherhood to advocate for these groups. But clearly that has to be determined by an objective analysis of intelligence and then reviewed from the point of view of law enforcement and diplomacy. In this case, the U.S. State Department determining that they've reached this threshold, which is clearly laid out. So it's not subjective. There's an objective criteria for meeting this. If that's the case, then that's what happened here, and it's going to change the dynamics of how they can not only collect for different causes in the United States. If they're a designated terrorist organization, they essentially can't collect money in the United States because the individuals that would be contributing to a foreign terrorist organization, which in itself is a crime. So it's going to have a significant impact in the United States. And of course, the banking system around the world could be affected as well because of this designation.
Okay, I mean, people will remember the Muslim Brotherhood because in 2013, the president of Egypt was overthrown. He was Mohamed Morsi, and he was at the time the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. How significant an event was his overthrow? And was that sort of the beginning of the end of perhaps the influence that the Muslim Brotherhood wielded in Egypt?
I think that's a good point. That could have been the pinnacle right there, with their opportunity to run a country that obviously did not end well. And I think it's viewed in that manner. Whether that had anything to do now with the designation as a foreign terrorist organization, I don't know. But certainly, if these groups, if these chapters are essentially not just advocating for a particular political view, but a political view that's calls for the violent overthrow of a government or an attack on individual citizens, or the direct support to groups that do those things, like Al Qaeda, like ISIS, and others, then that's how they're going to earn this designation. And if that's the case, then they're going to be clamped down on all around the world. If the U.S. has the information, I imagine they're going to share it with our close allies and partners, which is known as the Five Eyes, of course, but also our European partners and our partners around the world, where they may have branches that could be doing something similar to what the U.S. is obviously accusing certain chapters of.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulroy, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be with you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The Keir Starmer drama. Instead of paving the way for its upcoming budget or selling its new immigration plan, the British Labour Party is preoccupied, putting out internal fires. Prime Minister Starmer's approval rating is at an historic low, and mutterings of a leadership challenge at an all-time high. Is he on the way out? That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The Keir Starmer drama. Instead of paving the way for its upcoming budget or selling its new immigration plan, the British Labour Party is preoccupied, putting out internal fires. Prime Minister Starmer's approval rating is at an historic low, and mutterings of a leadership challenge at an historic high. Is he on the way out? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It's hard to imagine winning an election in a landslide and just 16 months later, worrying you're about to get rolled.
The real scandal is that 2 weeks from a budget, the government has descended into civil war. Instead of fixing the mess they've made of the economy, they're all... Mr. Speaker, they're all chuntering. These are the feral MPs that Number 10 has been talking about. They're not my words. They're Number 10's words, his words.
Mr. Speaker, this is a united team and we are delivering together. Look what we're doing.
The UK PM is in an unenviable position. The latest Ipsos poll found Starmer's satisfaction rating is the lowest of any leader since the survey began in 1977. And the Labour Party now only has the support of 18% of intended voters. So perhaps it's no surprise there have been leadership rumblings. But in an attempt to stamp out speculation, Downing Street has amplified the crisis and fuelled media speculation. Coming up, we'll ask, is Keir Starmer's leadership over? Are the UK politicians and its political system fit for purpose? And could reform be on track for Downing Street? Joining us for this discussion on the Prime Minister's leadership, Gwaine Towler, a political strategist who serves on Reform UK's Board of Governors. James Schneider is joining us, Communications Director for the Progressive International and a former campaign director for the previous Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. And Daniel Shearer is rounding out our panel of former Labour Party parliamentary candidate who writes on his The Party Line Substack. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks so much for being here. Well, political honeymoons are never that long-lived, but Keir Starmer's has been shockingly short, if we're being honest. From ushering Labor to a landslide victory to a record-breakingly low satisfaction rating just over a year later. The PM has been blamed for failing to pull the UK government out of gloom and reduce the number of small boats crossing the Channel. He's also been criticised by some for being abroad too often and neglecting domestic issues. So, Daniel, let's start with you. Is Keir Starmer's leadership over?
No, he's still Prime Minister. He's still leader of the Labour Party. I think he still commands the respect of members and of the House of Commons. I think, he's just getting on with the job of being Prime Minister. And, we could talk about opinion polls and approval ratings all we like. I think those only matter if an election is imminent, but election is 4 years away.
What do you think, Gwaine, when we hear only a little over a year after the job that there's leadership mutterings? Does it make you think that his days as leader is numbered?
I don't think his days, well, everybody in politics' days are numbered. It just depends how long those days are. But I don't think his days are numbered quite now. I think the great threats to him are, well, I heard an interview with Andy Burnham today, the mayor of Manchester, who's perceived as this great threat. And his ability not to answer the question has fatally undermined him, I believe. So that threat is, I think, not a threat. And then you've got the former Deputy Prime Minister, Ange. She may be on manoeuvres with the Tribune Group, but I don't think that's got the legs to do it. No, truly, yes, his policies, his government are in a mess, but our constitution rather makes it difficult. And the 80 signatures required, I don't think are there. So he's not done yet.
Round us out on your thoughts on that one, James. How's he sitting? Is it an uncomfortable leadership position at the moment?
It's extremely uncomfortable, and the majority doesn't matter, just as in the last government, which had a majority of 80, went through a number of prime ministers in quick succession. When the underlying conditions in the country are bad and life is getting worse for most people, and you have a government which has basically no idea how to do anything about it, then that creates political volatility. So it's not surprising that after an unbelievably loveless landslide, I mean, Labour got a third of the votes on a very low turnout and 2/3 of the seats, and then have done everything possible really since then to make themselves more unpopular and not deliver on the basic thing that they said they would do, which was change. That was the one word on the front of the manifesto. And instead we sort of have a continuity government with Sunak, with a focus on supposed deliverism, delivering very little apart from poll leads to reform.
Daniel, what do you think about that statement? I mean, The public obviously seem dissatisfied, or else these stories wouldn't be continuously reported. Are they dissatisfied with Starmer because he hasn't produced the change that James was saying?
Yeah, I think people are dissatisfied. I think there's a sense that Britain is broken. And, you know, we've gone through, 6 or 7 prime ministers in quick succession. And, you know, changing the leader hasn't really delivered that change. Not least for the Conservatives. I don't think it would do for the Labour Party either. But change is hard. You know, when you've had basically, you know, probably 2 lost decades, you can't simply get in for 12 months and turn things around. You know, the ship needs to be turned around, and it is being turned around, but it's a bit like an oil tanker. You won't see that effect until multiple years into the Parliament. So my hope
is that being too generous? I mean, change needs to come from the top, and have we seen enough change in his leadership style compared to what people were expecting?
Well, I think it's less about style and more about substance when we were talking about change. And I think we have started to see some of that change coming through already. I mean, just last week, we had the news that police and crime commissioners were being scrapped. That money is going directly into frontline policing. I think that's a change that everyone would agree with. I think, you know, we've got things like the New Deal for working people that are going to enshrine greater rights for people at work. I think that's the change that people want to see from a Labour government. We've had, you know, record investment into the NHS. Wes Streeting is doing a great job on getting NHS waiting lists down. So, look, we are starting to see some of those quick wins come through, but the longer term change will take time.
Gwaine, what do you think? Change in slogan or change in deliverables?
I think what I think is one of the disasters of this government is its complete inability to send a straight message. You have, this week was a classic case in point. The Home Secretary makes a statement that's not popular with everybody in the Labour Party, but is wildly popular in the country at large about asylum and immigration. And in the midst of all that, Number 10 puts out a message saying, "I'm keeping my job, I'm not going to stand down," completely undermining the positivity that had built in the country. And the reason we are currently talking about a possible leadership thing is because the Number 10 itself put out a statement saying people are after my job. The first rule in political PR, as far as I understand it, is do not advertise bad news. And he has a Number 10 that seems to be like Charles Saatchi advertising at the top of their voice. I don't know. Are they going for a job with the Coca-Cola Corporation? It seems to me that their messaging is a disaster. So are, frankly, in the last year, so have their policies. According to one opinion poll, the Prime Minister is less popular than Prince Andrew.
Well, that's a stark comparison, isn't it?
It's extraordinary in a politician, particularly one who's only been in government for a year and a half.
James, what do you think about this idea of change as a slogan versus change in actual deliverables? Do you think the Labour Party has lived up to that with Keir Starmer at the front, or is a year just not long enough, as what Daniel was saying, to re-steer the oil tanker?
Daniel's right that after basically 2 lost decades, it's going to take some time to bear significant fruit. But I think he's being hugely overgenerous because you'd have to have actually started moving the ship significantly, and scrapping police and crime commissioners, while maybe something that we all agree with, is hardly a particularly significant thing. You know, we haven't seen efforts by the government to fundamentally take on the entrenched wealth and power of the very few, which is what is going to be needed in order to boost living standards for the majority. In those 2 lost decades that Daniel points to, where we have seen pay for the majority of people not rise, where we've seen public services be underfunded and fall behind, where we've seen our infrastructure creak and groan under age, where we've seen our rivers and seas pumped full of excrement by our rip-off privatised water companies, the wealth of the super-rich has gone up dramatically. And unless you have a government which is willing to engage with that central point, which our government is not, as you see on issue after issue, take an issue which probably the three of us would actually agree on, because our actual position is in line with about 85% of people in the country. Water companies should be in public hands. It's an absolute farce that they're privatised, that over £70 billion has been shipped off to shareholders in dividends, while debts have been racked up of an equivalent sum, over 70 billion, and the service that we get is very bad, and the amount of money people are going to spend on bills is going up by 40%. Mm-hmm. It's completely obvious to take over these companies, but the Labour Party will not put forward that policy because it is captured by corporate lobbyists. So the change that is needed, which is big change, and that will take some time, you actually have to start doing it. And Labour have no policies to do so, really, fundamentally, or very few, and don't have the will to do so either.
Dan, I want you to pick up on some of what James has said there. I also want to circle back to what Gwaine was saying about briefing against ministers coming out and saying that my leadership is not under threat when no one else was really talking about it that much until Downing Street started talking about it. Has this been a mishandling by the Prime Minister that has shown that perhaps maybe he doesn't have the leadership chops that people were expecting? Was this a big own goal?
Well, I don't think it came from the Prime Minister. I mean, allegedly it's said to have come from Number 10. So we don't even know where these rumours came from in the first place. So I don't think it would be fair to say they came from Keir Starmer somehow. But I do want to go back to James's point around nationalisation of water. I think many people in this country understand that natural monopolies should belong in common ownership. What form that takes, I think we can have a good, strong debate about. But fundamentally, I think you need the money to do that, right? And I think at the moment, if we were to say, right, what are our priorities? It's not that we wouldn't want to do nationalisation of water. It's that, other stuff would take precedence. Already we're in a really dire fiscal position. Any extra borrowing is likely to be met with an increase in gilt yields. That's going to mean that we spend more as a country on debt interest. I want to put that money into public services, into the NHS, into policing to get more bobbies on the beats. I think these are the practical considerations that we need to make first. And then once we've actually fixed the foundations, once we've actually got the books in order, I think then we can start looking at these big grand projects like the nationalisation of the water companies. So,
Can I come back on
politics is a language of priorities, and I think this government's priorities are clear. It's stability.
Yep.
So just to come back on this canard that water privatisation, public ownership of water would be expensive, it would save us as a country money. The share price is set by Parliament. We would stop handing out dividends to shareholders. Instead, that money could go to reducing people's bills. That's more money in ordinary people's pockets to spend in the economy. Or it could go to upgrading the services that we need. The price at which we would pay for it would be set by Parliament, like in all other nationalisations. And when you have an ambitious government which is trying to change the course of the country, like we had after World War II, when we had far higher levels of debt, you can do things with public money which are going to boost the overall growth in the economy and are going to reduce the cost of living for people, which is what we did in 1945 in much harder conditions, and we could do so again. There is no trade-off between bringing water or other natural monopolies, as you exactly say, which are more efficiently run in common ownership, without this money being leached off into private shareholders. If you take our privatised utilities, it's over £200 billion since privatisation. That's money which is going out to people that do not need it, and instead it's raising the bills for ordinary people. Mm-hmm. That doesn't cut across putting money into social care or the NHS or anything else.
Gwaine, what do you make of this talk of putting these things back in the people's hands?
I'm not 100% opposed to the water. I think that may well be a natural monopoly, but I'm a little bit wary about various other nationalisations. Though I think one thing that was said earlier that is very telling. We have a government of it's not possible. You cannot inspire a people, but when a question is, can you do this? You want to do this? No, we can't. There's the imagination required, the planning required just does not seem to have taken place. And so we're going back to the idea of this government, Keir Starmer's leadership. Leadership actually requires a plan, and to follow that plan and to stick with that plan and to take people with you. And it is transparently obvious that this government did not have a plan. It thought that Sue Gray had a plan. She didn't have a plan. Everybody in the country, everybody knew that Labour was going to win 2 years out before the last general election. And it seems in that time, they maintained campaign mode rather than plan mode. And in fact, to a certain extent, they tried to continue campaigning. But you can't campaign once you're in government. And what you seem to have, there is this, can you do this? No, we can't. The civil service tell us we can't. And there doesn't seem to be that drive and that ambition from various departments in government. And it's not just the Prime Minister, it's across the board, where there's the no can do attitude rather than a can-do attitude. And that dispirits the public. It certainly dispirits those people who voted for Labour. The polling rating has fallen off a cliff, not just for the Prime Minister, but for Labour as a whole. And I think that's largely due to the fact that there's been a no can-do approach.
I think this is the issue that we maybe see with reform at the moment, that they're stuck between two attack lines. The first is that Labour has no plan, they have no direction, they don't know what we're going. And the other attack line is that, the stuff that Labour is doing isn't working, that it's not good. Which is it?
Winter fuel allowance? It clearly was something that you weren't planned for, and a whole bunch of promises made at the general election that you've rescinded on. You've got a budget that has gone in four directions before it's been announced. So, it's hard.
Just tell me one example of where we've broken the manifesto.
Well, you said you weren't going to increase taxes on working people, and in fact, the NIC on employment does increase tax on working people, and everybody accepts it. It wasn't a clever little get-out clause.
But that's paid by employers, not by employees. I mean, people, wouldn't have seen their pay.
And the little clever little, oh, aren't we clever attitude at the time. No, it affects working people just as badly. And so just because we think we've been smart because we use a slightly different combination of words, doesn't come across that way. The farmers were told they would not be hit. They were. Up and down, across the board, there have been these problems. Now, it's a tough job. You came in, it's difficult. I actually think that the Labour Party still has a bit of time blaming the Tories. It doesn't have an entire 5 years, but it certainly does. The Tories made a hash of things, and Labour's trying to pick up the pieces. We get that. But it doesn't seem to be making a very good fist of it. And those blaming others only works for so long. And that often does work if you can see successes in other areas. And I don't think we've seen them. So the public's patience has run out very fast with this government.
We've been talking about Keir Starmer's leadership and speculation around that, but our conversation has moved on to the Labor Party itself. So let's move ahead to the second sort of chapter of our debate, where I think I want to pick up exactly on what you were saying there, Gwaine, whether or not Labor has direction and they're pulling their voters with it, because perhaps changing leader isn't really going to solve Labor's problems here. As a party, people say that they're not living up to the groundswell of support they received at last year's election. There have been revolts within the party over proposed welfare reforms, tax policies, its new immigration plan, and what's been described as a toxic culture at number 10. Labor's slogan, as we were talking about earlier at the election, was change begins. But some voters are saying that as a government, the party has failed to change anything and address these pressing problems. So, James, are these issues that the UK is currently facing, economy, immigration, are they too severe for our current political system to address? Does it need to be rebuilt, or is it just the case that politicians themselves aren't up to these challenges?
Well, those two things are deeply related. We have a very bad political system which is captured predominantly by the power of corporate lobbyists who have interests in preventing the sorts of policies that will redress power and wealth from those that have it to the overwhelming majority of people, which is what you need to have a functioning economy, is money in people's pockets for them to go out to work and have a bit of money to save and a bit of money to spend. And of course, after 20 years, Dan laid out well earlier on the difficulties that we have in the country after basically pretty difficult 2 decades. But if we had different political priorities, we could get going with those things. But both the Tories and Labour and Reform pretty much have similar priorities on whether you're going to try to tax the rich, what you're going to do with bankers, and so on and so forth. And their priorities are quite clear, and they're not ones which are going to alter the trajectory for most people in the country.
Does anyone want to pick up on that? Daniel, what do you think?
Well, look, I think we started off by saying that, Britain's had 2 lost decades. I'd sort of use the analogy that Britain is a broken down car at the moment. And I think you've got 2 different approaches to moving forward. Somebody says, let's change the driver. Another person says, let's change the direction. It doesn't matter because the engine is broken. And it's only by fixing the engine, of doing the long, hard, difficult work of steering the oil tanker, of getting the fiscal position in order. It's only by doing those things that we can then start to move forward. And I think once we fix the engine, then we can have better conversations around the direction, about momentum, about how fast we go. But fundamentally, I think we need to be honest with ourselves as a country that things aren't great. It wouldn't have mattered to an extent who would have come in. They would have all faced the same challenges. And I think that the difference between the parties, I think this is the point where I disagree with James. I do think there were different choices on offer at the last general election. I think you had a clear stall set out by all 3 parties. And I think, the public knew what they were voting for. They knew they were voting for the change that the Labour was bringing. But at no point have we ever said, day one, everything's going to be all singing, all dancing, just get rid of the Tories and it's all going to be fine. I think, Rachel Reeves spoke about fixing the foundations in her first budget. I think that is a really key line that I think is going to define the first few years of this government, because you can't move forward if you haven't fixed the engine. You can't move forward if you haven't fixed the foundations first.
Is there an issue, though? Go ahead, Gwen.
Well, I would just say, you're talking about this with this metaphor of fixing the engine before you decide what direction you want to drive. I would have thought you want to know which way you want to go before you fix the engine, because what's the point of bothering to fix the engine if you don't know where you're going with it? It seems to be that the cart is literally before the horse, or in this instance. I think you need, in order to take the country with you, you've got to show a vision of what you want the country to look like. And I cannot, and I don't know anybody who can tell me what that vision is with this current government. And so that, I think, is a fundamental problem that you're facing.
And even on things which are positive, the government has decided to not jump up and down about it. I remember in the first week of September, the previous government, the previous Conservative government, had a good but limited policy to expand free childcare, but wasn't able to implement it. And then the Labour government came in and has been able to implement it. And the first week of September was the first time when I was getting, WhatsApp messages from non-political friends and seeing it in football team WhatsApp groups and stuff, of people taking their toddlers to nursery school and getting something good, a good thing for the first time happening, first time in a long time, something good. And what did Labour spend that week talking about in its grid? Migration. It didn't spend a week going on about nursery and early years and childcare and making sure that they had, a day on all of the troubles, how difficult it is to recruit staff, but here's what we're doing about it, and having Keir Starmer out in a creche talking about this, that and the other. They went totally driven by what they see as reform's priorities and obsessed with not losing votes to reform. The way in which they're obsessed with not losing votes to reform is getting more votes to reform and making, when they do some things which are good, nobody, they don't take credit for them.
No, I'm saying the deal with India was a good deal, but they allowed it to be ruined by one paragraph.
But James, I think in a way you've kind of answered your own question there, which was, you saw people talking about the great things that the Labour government was doing. I think we can all, debate over the style and the comms strategies of this government, but you can't argue with the substance. It's getting cut through. And I think regardless of how you dress up a policy, at the end of the day, what people are going to vote on in 4 years' time is, have their lives got better? And if people, in those football teams, in those WhatsApps are saying, well, actually, the Labour government's given me more childcare, that's put more money in my pocket, that's a difference, that's a change that people are seeing, right? So, if that already gets accept that, then why do we need to have Keir Starmer in schools or at creches? I mean, it's already got cut through, to your point.
Dan, I half expect that, and I think it is very admirable that you're pushing on the substance, and I think that's half right. But it falls down on 2 points. One, you do need to have a story which knits together the different things that you're doing to give people hope that lives will get better, especially in the context where objectively living standards are set to continue falling for the majority of people until the end of this decade. So, yes, that is a good policy that has been brought forward, which will make things better for a decent chunk of people, but against the backdrop of other things getting worse. So you need, not just one policy that is making things better for people. You need 10 or 20, and you do need to have a story to tell about it. At the moment, Labour have one or two things which are making things better in the face of huge headwinds, where you're having to push things uphill, and then no story about it. Which, let's take birth rates, for example, which are one metric which you can use for how people feel about the future. Since 2022, when we had the huge spike in inflation, birth rates have fallen further in Britain, in part because lots of people, let's say around my age, looking around and thinking, what is life going to be like for the next 10, 15 years? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse? And you do need to have some content which shows it's going to get better and then a story about it. At the moment, there's not enough content and there's no story.
But in a sense, though, I think, in politics, you never get to choose the hand you're dealt, right? And I think with this particular government coming at this particular time, loads of different things are broken. And that's why Keir Starmer's story isn't anything specific. It has to be quite broad. And that's why we hear more about this phrase national renewal. It's a admission that, there are deep-seated problems in this country, in our economy, in our society. The only way we can fix those problems is through institutional reform, is through national renewal. We are starting to see more about that. But, we're not telling a short story here. We're telling a three-part novel.
Dan, can you lay out some of those policies which are doing national renewal? Because I'm interested, and also the government don't lay it out very well. You're doing a more convincing job. What are these big building blocks for national renewal that we're supposedly seeing?
Well, I think, it goes back to what we were saying before, which is you need to have stability in the public finances. We are spending £300 million a day in debt interest. I want to see that money going to public services instead, and potentially to get taxes down as well. We need to fix the foundations first. That's the immediate challenge before us. That's fixing the engine. Once we fix the engine, then we can decide where we want to go on holiday with the car. But until we actually, fix the engine, then I think discussions of whether we go to Lanzarote or Skegness are kind of moot.
Martin, surely, you talk about economic stability. You literally are having a laugh. This government is as unstable as Liz Truss's was. The gilt yields are worse and have gone on for longer. The problems we've got at the economic level are absolutely terrifying. And the fact that the government has flip-flopped 3 or 4 times in the last 2 weeks over suggested ideas in the budget gives nobody confidence. Not me, not you, not the bond market, nobody. No business is happy. No, nothing is comfortable about investing in the future. And James is right. Look at birth rates. People aren't choosing to have children because they do not see a future as something they wish to bring children into. That is terrifying for society. And the very idea that Rachel Reeves is making the economy stable in some way is for the birds.
What do you think is at the root of those economic issues that the UK is facing, Gwen?
Well, we're spending more than we're taking in, and have been doing for an awfully long time. And you have two choices. Either you tax yourself to prosperity, which we all know is impossible, or you reduce the amount of things you're trying to spend. And Labour tried to reduce the increase in spending, and its own backbenchers wouldn't let it do so. So it is caught in a trap of its own making.
So,
we've got to stop spending so much.
So, I mean, it does sound like there is an identity crisis, Daniel. I mean, if no one knows which way this car is pointing, how is anyone going to follow along?
Well, that's a great question. And I think, as I said, Labour is at the moment taking the unpopular decisions. And I think that's kind of what you're seeing at the moment play through. But those unpopular decisions are in the national interest. That's what is driving national renewal. And I think, Gawain, you're right in the sense that either we need to raise taxes or we need to cut spending. That's a decision that Rachel Reeves is making, and that is a direction of travel. I think the direction of travel is clear that we're not returning to austerity. That is a political choice. We are looking at ways to raise taxes in a fairer, more progressive way, as Labour governments have done previously. So I think, you do see a direction of travel, you do see a vision, but you see that vision portioned in pragmatic optimism. Pragmatism in the sense of doing what is going to work, but optimism in the sense that we are doing these decisions because we believe that they will pay off and make us all richer in the long run.
I mean, when we talk about the policies and the internal bickering about these policies, the immigration policy is another one that's caused an internal division. It's raised eyebrows about the identity of the Labor Party. Gwen, do you think this is an example of the Labor Party trying to sing from Reform's playbook, as what James was saying? Are they trying to steal some voters back? Is immigration really that big of an issue to people at home?
Yes, it's a huge issue, and it really is. And there is a very good reason why Reform are 10, 12, 14 points ahead of Labour in the polls, and that is largely because people are very worried about immigration. But, and I think James might even agree with me on here, they can't chase in both directions. They are not just losing votes and supports to Reform, they're losing votes and support to the Green Party under Zach Belansky. They're losing the possibility of your party as well. You've also got the independents, the Morgado Independent Group. And so Labour are in a very, very difficult position. The rhetoric is pointed in the direction of people like me and the Reform on migration, on things of this sort. But their spending plans, it's something that the great cost is the welfare state. If you really want to spend money to invest in the country, and you're coming from a Labour background, an old traditional left of centre background, rather than talking about welfare and paying things of that sort, you should be talking about investment in infrastructure and that sort of spending that has returns, rather than spending that is spent then and finished. And so I think there's a priority problem. They see the threat of Reform, and thus you have the comments about migration. But equally, they've got this possibly even greater electoral threat to Labour on their left. And they're at a crossroads and their eyes are spinning. I don't think they know where they're going because they cannot see a way out of this problem. Now, obviously, I have my perspective, but I'm not the person in government. Government is hard. Government choices are difficult. We all understand that. But currently, it's rabbit in the headlights time. I don't think anybody knows which way they're going to go.
James, do you think that immigration is as much of a problem as Gwen is saying there? And do you think that the Labor Party was right to be focusing as tough on it as they have?
No and no. I don't think that refugees and I don't think that migrants are responsible for the 20 years of decline that the majority of people have had in the country, and which correlates totally with the wealth of the super rich. We're talking people with tens of millions and billions of pounds soaring away. The biggest policy we've had in the last 20 years is quantitative easing, which has inflated the asset prices. Basically, people who have a lot of wealth have a lot more wealth because of a policy that was carried out by the British state, and there's been no effort to claw that back. Now, Labour don't have any policies to deal with that fundamental point. They don't want to. They don't want to take on, because it's difficult, the entrenched power and wealth of the very few. Also, they are significantly captured by corporate lobbyists who don't want them to do that. Also, that is not Treasury orthodoxy that has also captured them. So instead, they are following the line well laid out by, again, the billionaire-owned press and the right of politics, which also doesn't have an idea for how to make billionaires pay more tax because they're funded by billionaires, and so point to migration being the great problem. So no, to the first half of your question, no, I don't think migration is the great problem in our society at all. Do I think it is a good electoral strategy for Labour to be going hard on immigration and against refugees? No, I do not, because if that is your top issue, if the small boats is absolutely your top issue, why would you vote for the half-fat version of Keir Starmer and Shabana Mahmood when you can vote for the full-fat version of Nigel Farage? Labour needs to have something which it stands for, which, you know, with all respect to Dan, who is presenting this national renewal, it needs to be way more visible than it currently is. Because at the moment, fundamentally, you have Reform and the right of politics who make what is essentially an economic argument. And their economic argument is the reason why life is getting worse, and they agree life is getting worse, is because of migration. That is essentially their economic argument.
We would say it's one of the reasons, but it's
one of the reasons. I'm zooming out. I'm not. This doesn't give all of the nuance and detail, but zooming out. And Labour's is similar to the previous Tory government. Oh well, it's very difficult, and actually things are actually maybe getting better, and we don't really know. And then on the left, you're starting to get an argument, especially with Zach Polanski and the Greens, which points much more in the direction that I think the truth is, which is the problem is that so much of the economy has been captured by a very small number of people, and too much of our economy is structured towards increasing the asset prices of people who hold a lot of wealth, rather than investing into the real economy, both in terms of production and things for people to make and buy, but also into our infrastructure.
So, Gwen, is immigration just an easy election grab? Obviously, you even said yourself it's more nuanced. It's a very important
matter. It's an extremely important matter, but it's not the only matter. I would think economically, the biggest single issue is the price of energy, because nothing works unless you can afford to power it. And that could be house building, where there will be a huge problem with house building and the infrastructure there, whether it be industry, we want to reindustrialize and go into production and productivity. All of this relies on cheaper, reliable energy, and we're certainly not getting that with this government. So yes, immigration is a big issue. It's a very, very febrile topic, and it is an important one, but it's certainly not the only one. And economically, though it does have an impact, of course, if you bring 1 million people into the country in a year, you're going to have problems and pressures on house prices, pressures on housing. Of course you are. It's just basic economics. However, that's not the only thing. It really isn't. And there have been, we feel, a series of disasters, a pandering to certain lobbies, not just the super rich, but also the welfare lobby that is demanding more and more and more on the welfare side. And welfare, if you look at one of the floats for the budget is the 3.8% increase for welfare recipients, but a cut in a stick on the amount you pay on tax. So therefore the tax rates are essentially going up while welfare rates are going up. So this is a problem. It's not all about migration, though migration is clearly a key issue.
We've started talking about reform and its policy, so let's round out our debate with that as our final chapter, because if the polls are to be believed, the one party that people do feel as if it has a plan to deliver change is Reform. It's polling, as you've said, Gwen, well ahead of the two major parties right now. So, Daniel, are the polls correct? Is Reform on track to de-seat Labor and secure government?
Well, I think there's one poll that is really important at the moment, which is who do people prefer as their prime minister? Because ultimately, general elections, as we know, it's about the direction we want the country to go in. It's about who we want our prime minister. And every day of the week, Keir Starmer beats Nigel Farage. So that's the poll I will be looking very closely at. If there were a general election tomorrow, if we heard the different parties set out the stall, I think people would choose Keir Starmer. I think what we're seeing right now in the polls is dissatisfaction. It's people shopping around, maybe being a bit more fluid with their party allegiances because, you know, things are bleak. And they haven't seen that change from Labour yet because it will take time. So I think there's a right and a wrong way to look at the polls. But look, there's only one poll that matters, and that's the poll on election day.
Mm-hmm. Gwaine, what's your response to that?
Well, yes, of course. Hubris tells us not to be fat-headed about things like this. It's a long, long way before a general election. It's 3 years, I suspect, at least. As all
Do
those
people
financial
prefer Keir Starmer to Nigel Farage? Is he a problem?
I think
is he a problem?
the polls on that have been narrowing fast over the last year, so I wouldn't be too complacent about that either. Daniel, look, Farage is a Marmite figure. I bet you might say Vegemite, but he is a Marmite figure, and but that is changing. There was a very interesting thing said by Luke Trill a couple of days ago when I heard him speaking. He's a major pollster. And he was talking about this infighting in Number 10 and the leadership squabbles and all the rest of it. And one of the things he said is, it doesn't make that much difference in polling, but what it does, it takes away the risk factor in voting for somebody like Zach Polanski or Reform, the Greens or Reform. Because the risk factor is, look, we don't know who these people are. They've never done it before. Do we trust them? Bit risky. And so people don't necessarily vote for Reform or the Greens. But if the current government is already tearing shreds off each other, only a year and a half into their term in office, then that risk, well, you know what, people might say, is the risk of voting for Reform. Well, the government are at sixths and sevens. How can they do worse? And so what you're seeing and the spectacle of Labour at each other's throats, the ferrets and the sack stuff, doesn't necessarily mean people will vote for Reform, but it does mean that voting Reform is no longer the risky option that I think people have thought before. It becomes less risky because the government is in such a mess.
James, is it becoming less risky to vote for Reform?
All the Greens.
I would never advise anybody to vote Reform, but Gawaine's analysis is certainly correct. I mean, the idea that the grown-ups are in charge is, of course, rendered absurd every single day you look at what's happening in the news. And I think that also cuts both ways. If you look at the polling right now, yes, Reform are out in ahead, and then four parties are all clustered together in the teams. You've got the Lib Dems, Greens, Labour, and the Tories are all somewhere in the teams. And at the moment, the Greens have quite a strong narrative. They're putting forward a bold case about what they think is wrong with the country. It's the polar opposite of Reform, apart from the fact that they are really making an argument and getting people to sit up and take notice, which Reform has done. And that could continue, so the Greens could come out ahead, at which point you've got a very interesting political dynamic taking place.
Gwaine, Danny Kruger, recent defector to Reform and current MP, last month described the party as a bit of a pirate ship with an ill-disciplined crew and a buccaneering captain. If even he is describing the party as that, are they really a safer option as you've described them?
Well, Danny was describing what we were and how we were in the past, and I think there was some truth in that. I mean, there's no doubt that I would say buccaneering rather than pirates, privateers, more Drake than that guy with a great...
Drake was a pirate too.
On his beard. But no, it is absolutely the case with Reform that we are well aware that we need to develop a policy platform, properly. We need to have far more and more respectable and more recognisable personnel. But this is a hole in our armour that we are in the process of filling, and that's the whole point. Being aware of your failings is a good start to improve upon them. And I think that is what he was highlighting. He was looking at the past rather than today.
Okay. Daniel, has their infighting, their focus on immigration, have they played into Reform's hands here? Are they promoting something that isn't their core policy?
Well, I think people care about immigration. We live in a democratic country. The Labour Party is a party of government, and it's a party of the people's priorities. That means taking immigration seriously. But if you look at what Labour's been doing, it's been trying to open up a more nuanced debate over immigration. And we've spoken a lot about immigration tonight, but I think there's a world of difference between the different types of refugees, economic migrants that are coming into the country. And I think we need a framework that addresses each of those cases fairly. That's what Shabana Mahmood is doing at the moment, and she's earned applause from people on the Labour left all the way through to Reform. So she must be doing something right.
Who on the Labour left she earned applause from? And in what way is she, in a nuanced way, carving out the difference between different things? I mean, that's...
Taking the wristwatches and rings off people. It's clearly a nuanced way.
Well, look, I think when you go to the job centre and you claim job seekers allowance, one of the questions they will ask you is, do you have savings over a certain amount? I think currently it might be around £10,000. If you have more than £10,000 of savings, you don't get your job seekers allowance. I think it's fair if people already have assets, already have money that they can use, that we don't give them more money, that they exhaust that first. I think that's entirely reasonable and fair. The alternative is getting working people to pay. I don't think that's fair at all.
Why couldn't you let people work so they can pay for themselves and pay taxes and pay into the system, rather than... And also, it's a ludicrous thing. I mean, first of all, we're told it's going to be jewellery, and then obviously people get very upset because, for example, my family, my great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents fleeing pogroms in Europe, obviously brought some jewellery or whatever they could with them, and the idea that you would tear that off them is absolutely sickening. So then they said, oh, no, what we're talking about is e-scooters, as if people are bringing over expensive e-scooters that really is the thing that they're going to mortgage to pay for accommodation, or the £49 a week people get. Look, if you want to bring down the number of people that we're paying for, you need to process their cases quickly, and we also need to allow people to work so they can contribute to society. At the moment, people are not allowed to support themselves, and they're held in this ridiculous limbo where no cases are processed within 6 months.
Gwaine, what did you want to add?
Well, we have obviously a clearly different approach to these things than Labour. We believe that anybody who arrives illegally should not be given leave to return and should be deported, period. End of story. That's just how it is. But I don't think we've been nicking their rings off them as they arrived and sending them back. I think that if you look at the Danish model that the Labour Party have looked at to a certain extent, the amount that people are offered to go back is significantly greater than that which the government is suggesting. Obviously, Denmark being a smaller country has a smaller problem, but our concern is that particularly the Boris wave that came in under the Tory party after Brexit, where they basically stitched up the system, that is going to be coming into the ability to earn, or not earn, to take benefits. And that we think is a deep, deep concern. So we want to and need to stop that. But I think that the Labour Party is rhetorically speaking in a reformy type way on migration, on asylum, on refugees and the rest. But I do not believe that it has the bottom or the bottle to do it. I can't see this Labour Party being able to put the stuff that the Home Secretary was saying through the House of Commons, through the House of Lords, through the Judicial Review, with the ECHR still in place, with the Human Rights Act still in place. And she talks about sending people back to when their country becomes safe. If they're refugees, the country becomes safe, they should go home. Well, I don't think that's an arguable case. Of course, they don't need to be refugees if their country is safe. But who defines what is safe? And it's not going to be the Home Secretary, it's going to be the courts. And the courts are not going to allow that to happen.
We're almost out of time, but let me just get a response from our other two panellists on that. Daniel, is it going to go through? Is this going to be claimed a great success?
Well, I think it's still in development. I think there'll be loads of discussions within the Parliamentary Labour Party around the shape that takes. So it's in the pipeline. I think a lot of what's being discussed around that has been quite sensationalist. All this taking jewellery off people is a bit ridiculous, if you ask me. I think what we're talking about is if you have the assets to back yourself already, you shouldn't be getting more money from the state. And I do want to pick up on this point that we should just let everyone through and make them work. Loads of people coming over are undocumented. Migrants. There's a reason that people come across the channel in small boats as opposed to more official routes. It's a variety of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that they don't think they'd be passed through the ordinary channels. So I think there's something there that letting that type of person work, undocumented migrants, potentially with criminal backgrounds, isn't going to be a smart idea.
Okay, we're almost out of time. James, just briefly, final word from you on that.
Well, the vast majority of people who are crossing in small boats are granted eventually refugee status because the three largest countries they come from are Afghanistan, Sudan and Eritrea. I don't see why, and the reason why they don't come another route is there is no other route to come. If you are fleeing a civil war in Sudan, there isn't a way that you can pitch up in Britain that isn't incredibly dangerous. That doesn't mean they are a threat to us. It means we have an incredibly badly designed asylum system, which forces people, if they wish to try to come here, to do so dangerously and undocumented. That is the problem. The problem is not with the people trying to come here.
Well, perhaps we'll get all three of you back as this immigration debate continues. We'll get you all back to drill down on that a little bit deeper as well. But for now, we're out of time. We really appreciate your contribution. Gwain Towler, the political strategist who serves on Reform's UK Board of Governors. James Schneider, Communications Director for the Progressive International and former campaign director for the former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. And Daniel Shearer, the former Labour Party parliamentary candidate and author on Substack. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in from home to this episode of Counterpoints for that very interesting debate on UK politics. Keep up to date with all of our latest debates and interviews on Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.